All right, everyone, good evening. It is Tuesday, August 18th, 2026, and we are here for the monthly agenda-setting meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. I'm going to begin by reading the civility pledge that's been provided to us by the Georgia Municipal Association, and that embraces that the way we govern ourselves is often as important as the positions we take, that our collective decisions will be better when differing views have had the opportunity to be fully vetted and considered, that all people have the right to be treated with respect, courtesy, and openness, that we value all input, and that we commit to conduct ourselves at all times with civility and courtesy to each other. Let folks here in the chamber know that there was a slight update to the agenda, so if you want a printed copy for posterity, the corrected version is on the table outside in the hallway, so you're welcome to grab one of those. That's got just a couple of small modifications. And I want to let everybody in the chamber know that we have several opportunities tonight for public input. We'll have public input on the consent agenda. We'll have separate public input on each of those planning and zoning items individually after we receive a staff report. Those are items 16 through 20. And then we will have public input on old and new business. The terms of public input are generally the same. Public input is a 3-minute opportunity during each of those occasions that I mentioned. You see a light in front of Clerk Howard. It will turn green when you begin speaking and provide your name and place of residence. It will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and it will turn red when your 3 minutes has concluded, and I'll thank you for your time with us tonight. First item that I would like to do before we get to public input is to ask if there's any item that a commissioner would like to remove from the consent agenda and move to discussion. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, items 5, 6, 7, 8, and 15.
Yeah, thank you. I will just right back.
All right, I've got 5, 6, 7, 8, and 15. Moving to discussion. Any others?
Wait,
Commissioner Myers?
isn't there one with, sorry, apologies for not being, the, number 5, was that included in
Yeah,
there?
it was.
Okay. I think that's good.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and remove 3 so that staff can provide some context for that. So for those in the chamber,
Sir?
yes,
And I believe, I just want to double check, Commissioner Link said 7.
Yes.
5, so 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 15 are now on discussion.
Thank you.
You got it. All right, so for members of the public who are here with us tonight, if you would like to speak to items 1, 2, 4, or 9 through 14, 1, 2, 4, or 9 through 14, now is that time. Would anybody like to speak to any of those items? 1, 2, 4, or 9 through 14? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to staff reports and then public input on each of those planning and zoning items. So I'm going to relocate so that we can lower the screen. All right, as noted, we have several items that come as recommendations from the Athens-Clarke County Planning Commission. Those are items 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Kind of process is that Planning Director Bruce Lonnie will provide a report on each of these items. Then public input, as earlier described, will follow, and then discussion by the body, but no final action is taken tonight.
All right, thank you. All the items this evening that I'm going to present, all 5, are from the August 6th Planning Commission meeting. And if I had to pick a theme for these 5, it's going to be infill. Just about every single one of these is a form of infill in one way or another. So the very first item, 490 Clover Street, is a rezone request. This rezone request will require consideration of 2 votes, one to amend the future land use map and the other regarding the zoning request itself. The zoning map change requested is to go from RS8 and CG. The property is currently split zoned, single family and commercial general, which is a pretty rare occurrence. So the request is to go from RS8 and CG to RM2, which is a mixed density residential classification. The future land use map change is a somewhat subtle one, but meaningful. Neighborhood residential to mixed density residential. It is a slight increase in development intensity that the future land use map change would allow for, and that enables the rezone request. The applicant is proposing to preserve the existing non-conforming structures that are on the property and to rezone the property to allow for a mix of housing units on the subject property. It's an aerial view of the property. To the left of the screen is Hawthorne Avenue. As you move into the site, we have a former auto sales lot. Some of you may be familiar with it. It's an interesting lot. It kind of steps up. There's a series of retaining walls. Steps up to the backyard of the subject property, and that backyard portion is zone CG. We'll see that in a minute. And then the front yard is on Clover Street, more or less at the back side, the first west edge of what some may refer to as the Sunset Holman neighborhood. Here are photographs from Clover Street at the subject property. The view here on the left would remain largely unchanged under the applicant's proposal. There is the potential for a modest addition to the front of the house on the far right side, which you'll see in the site plan that was submitted. The driveway on the left that you see continues to the back of the lot and connects to what was a former daycare. The daycare has ceased operation, but it is a somewhat purpose-built building. When you see it, you would recognize it as something that could be used as a daycare. Future land use designation map, so on the left is what we have existing, on the right is what is proposed, the mixed density residential. And here's that zoning map to demonstrate that split zone that we have currently. So on the left-hand side, you can see the rear portion is zoned commercial general. The bulk of the property, however, is zoned RS8. That addition of that piece in the back happened at some point in the past. Staff research wasn't able to uncover what predicated that, but the footprint of the building that was the daycare sits in that commercial general site portion. And there you see that footprint. So everything just beneath the pointing arrow. It's not on? Is that better?
Yeah, can you, oh, yeah.
How about that? Okay.
If you need to, you might need to use Judd's.
How's that? Okay.
Thanks, Bruce.
Sure. So the footprint there on the left-hand side inside the dashed box is the daycare center site, and then the original home is on the right-hand side. Both structures would remain in this proposal, and here's the site plan that the applicant provided to illustrate what it is that they're intending to do. There would be the addition of some parking spaces to the rear of the existing residence and kind of tucked in between the two structures. That darker shading that you see at the top of the site plan in that little square, that is the potential addition that they're considering to the front residential structure. Otherwise, it's largely unchanged from what you see today in terms of footprint. So when doing the analysis on this request, there was some mention made in an original review by the Planning Commission about the context of this site amongst other properties in the neighborhood that may be atypical. And so these are photographs of some of the other homes in the neighborhood that aren't purely single family, both in construction and in use. And we've got these kind of indexed on an aerial view that I'll show you in a minute. There aren't a lot of these, admittedly, but there are a handful scattered on this side of the neighborhood that do involve things other than just a purely single-family use. And they're all zoned RS8. The request is compatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan in that it increases supply and variety of housing. It has the potential to provide that housing at multiple price points. The location is interesting because it is an edge to a commercial corridor. And it is infill, it is redevelopment of existing structures, and that's been prioritized over greenfield-type development. It is adaptive reuse of those existing structures. And this is an area that, as I mentioned, is unique, and it is a unique neighborhood. It's a very interesting neighborhood. This would be, as proposed, an opportunity to introduce some smaller housing forms within that neighborhood. It is not directly compatible with future land use map, hence the need to amend the future land use map. And the zoning map and ordinance, although what you're going to see is a spot zone, which is definitely not the type of practice that we typically follow, we are recognizing the fact that it is currently a split zoned piece, which is not something we normally see either. So this request was found to be compatible with the zoning map and the ordinance as far as moving the parcel in the direction of having residential use solely on this property. The parking standards, and really this was a lot of the discussion with the neighborhood that we heard at the Planning Commission meeting, was the need for the parking, the amount of trip generation that may come from having multiple units inside these two structures. And so what's been proposed is to do something that recognizes the current code standards for how many spaces you have to have by bedroom count. And so what has been shown, and you'll see some conditions of approval that are recommended that relate to that. But we fully anticipate having more information to kind of iron that out and perhaps dial it down during the plans review process. The conditions of approval would set a maximum. The other thing to note is that we do have non-conforming structures right now. The fact that that rear building that is in the CG zoning is very close to the property line. They would not be able to expand that non-conforming aspect. So anything new that they do, if they add a second floor or if they do any kind of work on the footprint, has to respect current setbacks that apply to the RS8 zone. I'm sorry, to the RM2 zone. Planning Commission's recommendation is to approve the future land use change from neighborhood residential to mixed density residential and to approve the rezone request from RS8 and CG to RM2 with these conditions. One, the maximum floor area ratio would be capped at 0.4. What that means is that's the amount of floor area of structure as a ratio of the area of the property that it's sitting on. 0.4 is pretty much an approximation of what's there today. So it is meant to cap the current conditions with something measurable that we can use in plans review. Second condition is that the property would not be allowed to have any commercial uses permitted by right or by special use other than those that would be allowed through a home occupation permit. So that puts it on equal footing with the single-family residential nearby. And the property would be limited to no more than 4 independent dwellings. So there is a bedroom count for this property that I believe is at 7. That bedroom count would need to be arranged amongst a maximum of 4 dwellings. And if the applicant finds that structurally that doesn't work, that number could only go down. If approved with this condition, it could not go up. That completes the staff report.
Thanks, Bruce. Is there any member of the public here to speak to this application? Again, just provide your name and place of residence.
You need to flip this on, or is it already?
It's already on.
All right, can everybody hear me? All right, my name is Franklin Frost. I live at 180 Indale Avenue in Athens. I'd like to thank the Planning Department for their efforts and communication through this process. I've been a resident of Athens since moving here in 2013 to start working for an architecture design build firm. We are looking to rezone the property located at 490 Clover from a CG and RS8 zoning to RM2. The property, as you've seen, is comprised of 2 buildings, and we believe that the rezone will bring the property into a more conforming zoning while allowing the increased density for housing that this community needs. Given the property size at approximately 0.31 acres, this allows for a maximum of 7 bedrooms, which Bruce mentioned. We're looking to redevelop the 2 existing buildings and convert them essentially into 2 duplexes. We believe this property is in a neighborhood that already has a number of multifamily units. We kind of walked the neighborhood and through Q Public found that there are at least 18 multifamily properties that are currently zoned in an RS8 designation, but most of them, all of them were built before the current zoning guidelines and this RS8 zoning was put in place. We agree with the planning department's comments of not allowing commercial use other than through the home occupant permit because this location doesn't make sense for a commercial use. It is in a residential neighborhood and we plan on putting increased density in a residential capacity. We also agree with the 0.4 FAR and capping it at 4 individual units. The 0.4 FAR is about 5,300 square feet of buildable footprint on all levels. So to kind of give you an idea of what that is, there are single-family homes that are 5,300 square feet in our community. So being able to have that spread across 4 independent dwelling units, we believe only adds to the housing stock of our community. We have discussed the project and the rezone with several neighbors on Clover, and we've understand that they have a concern of the increased traffic and parking. We share their concerns because we have noticed that because of Holman and Sunset, the adjacent streets kind of plan east, those have speed bumps. So there's a lot of traffic that is now being diverted to Clover, and there aren't any traffic calming measures on that street. So we believe that more residents on the street that are utilizing the 2 vacant buildings now will help kind of calm traffic because it's not going to be, the occupants of this property aren't going to be passing through the neighborhood. They're coming to live in this neighborhood. But we support any neighborhood-driven traffic calming measures because we believe that a safer neighborhood is the desired outcome of this project. The rezone application is just the beginning of this process, and we will be working with planning.
Thank you, Mr. Frost.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much.
Is there anybody else here to speak to this project tonight? All right, Commissioner Link, this is in District 2.
Yeah, I met with the applicant pretty early on in the concept process. And I have heard from at least one resident, and of course, the primary concern is parking and traffic. It looks like they have drawn in here adequate parking for the number of bedrooms, more than enough. I was initially concerned about the zone to RM2, but recognizing if it were just to get zoned up to RM1, that only allows for 4 bedrooms. It's certainly a unique property. It doesn't really make sense as a single-family property. It literally hangs over a junkyard. So this seems like a reasonable redevelopment of it. And this neighborhood is seeing a lot of pressure for this kind of development because, we do have the med school there, and there are plenty of med students out there who are looking for places to live, and quite frankly, I'd rather see them in small single-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartments than cramming them all into single-family homes and taking those homes off the market. So this is I feel like this is a pretty reasonable redevelopment. I still want to have some conversations about some of the residents about their concerns about parking and traffic. I'm wondering if we could compel the developers to add a speed bump. I don't know if we can compel them to do that, if that's one of the concerns. But I'll probably reach out and have some conversation to see if there might be, 1 or 2 other small conditions to assure that we don't have some of the parking problems that we're seeing in other neighborhoods when we're getting that increased density.
Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, Bruce, can you help me out with your dashed lines that are the setbacks? That would be the setbacks for what they're asking
That's
to
correct.
go with the new,
That's right.
right? And so, as an example, the parking pad of 5 cars could have a roof on it, but the ones that are in the setback could not have anything.
That's exactly
Is that the kind
right.
of thing you were talking about?
That's right.
And the same with, anyway, again, everything that changes that has a roof, basically, has to be in that dash.
Yes.
Okay. And then, can you go back to, you had 2 duplex pictures that had parking in the front yard? Can you go back to that picture? Because, is there,
Well, let's see.
you had actual picture,
Yeah.
you know which one I'm talking,
No, it's,
earlier, later?
There?
Those, yeah, so having designated parking in the front yard is not allowable anymore? These are like grandfathered in examples?
That is absolutely correct. There's really 2 things here that we don't allow any longer is the notion of the circular drive, which I guess maybe there's grass in between, but it looks like it's been used as a drive, circular drive. And that amount of front yard parking is no longer allowed by code.
Okay, so that's the permeability as well as, so if somebody, you can't just park in the grass in the front yard, that's a code enforcement thing.
Right.
And then making a front yard parking has specifics to it that is not being engaged for this project?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
right.
Okay, and so then it seems to me that the parking does solve from the numbers you've described, and then it seems to me the traffic in this neighborhood would be a major decrease compared to the coming and goings of a daycare center.
I mean, the daycare center, again, hasn't been operating for quite a while, just to be fair.
So these residents might not remember that traffic.
That's entirely possible. But some of the folks that spoke did remember.
Okay.
And yes, the daycare operations have sort of a high peak in the morning and a high peak in the afternoon. The other thing about the configuration that the applicant has shown is that the vehicles would be leaving forward out of the property rather than backing into Clover. So
Yes.
we have, in this case, we have folks that have to back into Clover in a lot of instances. And that makes for a problem because you have somebody who has to make a turn movement in the middle of a road that has a bend, a bit of a blind turn just to the south of the subject property. So this
And
allows
that-
for the
that's why
vehicles to
this
leave
is That's why this is not allowed anymore, and
partially.
partially.
Yep.
I mean, in that respect.
Yep.
Okay.
Commissioner
That-
Fisher?
You done, Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, I am. That answers my questions.
Thank you, Mayor. So, the developer talked about 7 beds, so you're gonna have 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms? Is that the plan for those? Okay. Any particular price point that you might be, I always ask that question. And I know it may be difficult right now, but any type of price points you might be looking for a cost of rent per month, anything like that?
We haven't developed a floor plan yet. We don't know exactly what we're gonna be able to fit into these units. So until we know how much it's gonna cost us to build, it's hard for us to say.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? All right, we're going to move on to the next one.
Okay. The next item is a planned development request for 940 College Avenue. The preliminary plan development was previously heard by the Planning Commission, and they received comment, and those comments have been folded into this submittal. There is no future land use map change needed as part of this request. So the zoning map change, in addition to the PD, is to go from employment industrial to RM3. This is the former site of the Quality Block Plant off of College Avenue, just to the north of the rail bed. A lot of folks know this site because it happens to be between the 2 trestles on College Avenue, and that is definitely part of the discussion for this development, is how to address access to the property, knowing that those trestles are a bit of a pinch point. Here are some views from College Avenue into the site. The star in the index picture kind of shows where the picture is being taken. This is looking east into the driveway to where you see the storage of the block presently. This is a view looking from the Linden House property, and you can see the considerable amount of grade change that occurs from the Linden House looking down towards the block plant, or the former block plant. This is also a pretty dramatic view showing the drop-off of the topo down to the rail bed. There is a informal access road that is off of the corner, the southwestern corner of the site. This would not be a part of the proposed development, but it is something that exists now that the rail line uses, and I think at times may assist the block plant over the years, but that would go away. Here are homes on Elizabeth Street. This is the area just to the north of the subject property. And then here are those trestles. The trestle in question is the one that's in the foreground. You can't see my cursor, but the image in the top left corner, if you look down the road, there's the other trestle. What is the focus here is this northernmost trestle. On the north side of the trestle, there's adequate clearance. On the south side, there is not. So the road goes up as you head south into downtown. That is part of the analysis of this request, and there are conditions of approval that have been suggested associated with that. Future land use would not change. It is mixed density residential. It's interesting to note, this designation was included with the 2045 future land use map because we had the benefit of knowing at that time that Quality Block was moving to Collins Industrial. So the designation was changed as part of that community discussion about what direction this property should go. And then here's the rezone map. On the left is current, on the right would be, if adopted as proposed, RM3 PD. You can see the context of what's around it. So you have the Lay Park property to the south across the rail bed, but you have kind of a cluster of residential just to the north of it that is zoned RM1. So that Elizabeth Street neighborhood is RM1. This is the environmental areas map. There's nothing on this property that we have to be concerned with, but there are some things in the vicinity, floodplain, riparian buffer, that sort of thing. This is the site plan that's been proposed to be the binding site plan for the development. The applicant is proposing a mix of residential structure types, and you can see them labeled A through H. J, I'm sorry. And so that is a bit of a departure from what we normally see. A lot of times we'll see 2 or 3 forms in a plan. This has a good bit more variety than we normally see. There is an amenities package. It's centrally located. But the idea here is that what you see from College Avenue is going to resemble in scale what you have on the west side of College Avenue with what was originally the mixed-use structures there that have since become purely residential immediately across the street. It is compatible with the 2023 comprehensive plan, particularly as it redevelops an existing industrial site in a fairly atypical, these days, location for an industrial site. It encourages development close to downtown, it promotes walkability, and it increases and diversifies the housing types in that area. It's compatible with the 2045 future land use map, as noted. And it's also consistent in some ways with other adopted ACC government plans and studies. So the Greenway Network Plan, there's an opportunity here to put more residential use in close proximity to our Greenway network. The Housing and Community Development Consolidated Plan noted that a mix of rental and ownership units was attractive, and in this location, that is something that would be helpful. And then this is also within the East Downtown TAD, and so the project has potential to address the community needs and priorities that were identified as part of the TAD redevelopment plan. It's also partially compatible with our zoning map and ordinance. There are a handful of things with the design that needed some flexibility. As you might imagine with a former industrial site, pinched in between rail beds to the north and to the south, there were things that they had to deal with. Conserved tree canopy is one of those things. There's not much to conserve there. There's just a lot of concrete. The block size and orientation is difficult when you have only a small amount of frontage on a public right-of-way like this property does. So they've asked for some flexibility with regard to that in the design. And then a design accommodation that would give them the ability to look at lot coverage a little bit differently than you would expect in RM3. They would like something closer to what is contextually what you see in downtown. They're not asking for downtown lot coverage, which is 100%, but they were asking for more than what RM3 would typically allow. So the Planning Commission's recommendation picks up on those things and reads as follows. To approve the rezone from EI to RM3 with a PD to be designated with these conditions. Fire apparatus access plan. needs to be prepared to demonstrate the minimum required 13.5-foot vertical clearance to be approved by Athens Clarke County prior to any permits being issued. That's relating directly to that trestle on the north side. The approved fire apparatus access route shall be constructed with the required minimum clearance before any certificate of occupancy is issued. Third, in lieu of any conserved canopy, the development will offer to provide 50% total planted canopy. In addition, where open soil surface area is constrained by sidewalks, the issue will be resolved with root bridges to be approved by ACC staff. That's an alternative way to allow for the root growth to happen without compromising the tree. Fourth, with the request of design flexibility, the lot coverage shall be limited to 70%. And that concludes the staff report.
All right. Is there any member of the public here to speak to this application? Good evening.
I'm Brett Nave, 200 Plum Alley. I'm with Studio B&A Architects. And thank you for the time tonight. It feels really good to get to bring a project like this to you. Bruce did most of my work for me. I'm probably going to tear about 4 little pages out of my notebook here and not have to say anything. So thank you so much. Because one of the things that we were really able to focus on as we were designing this, we were talking with Mark and planning a lot about this the months before we all changed the future land use map, and we were designing kind of exactly this, mixed density residential. And the idea was and is to create truly that mix. And as Bruce mentioned, A through J, we have quite the mix here, from little small single cottages to duplexes to small walk-ups, and we have over 60%, I think it's like 62 or 63% of 1 and 2 bedroom units here. And we only have, a lot of developments like this, we come in and, a client will ask us to maximize the 4-bedroom or 5-bedroom units, hit that 25%, but we're at under 15, I think it's like 14%. That's not really the goal. The goal is to have a variety and a mix of building types and have a kind of neighborhood vibe and feel. And hopefully you guys see that when, the planning department, the planning commission like this project, and we hope that you guys see the merits as well. We're here if you have any questions. I don't want to take up too much time. Thank you so
Mr.
much.
Nave. Is there anyone else here to speak to this application?
Good evening, Joseph Bates, 180 Homestead Drive, and I'm here with SBG. I've got 3 talking points. Some have already been said. One is the history of the site. The other is the planning's recommendation of table, and then the trestle. So the history of the site, this site has been operating in as industrial use for a long time. I think the rail owned it 100 years ago. There's been different users. Quality Block has been there, I believe, for 40 years, and now they've outgrown the site. They've moved to that location that Bruce mentioned, still here in Athens. But the site's surrounded by residential, so residential in our mind makes sense here, and that's why Athens recently changed the future land use map, and that's why we're proposing residential. So I feel like we're not really asking for a special exception here, just appropriate zoning. To the, like Bruce mentioned, to the south is CD zoning, our most dense zoning, and then to the north is some RM and RS zoning, and so RM3 felt right as a transition as we work our way down to the Greenway. I wish that planning could recommend tabling with a leaning towards either denial or approval. We did have some technical issues that we needed to sort through, and that's the purpose of these conditions. We get the recommendation from planning a few days before the planning commission meeting, and planning did a great job of working with us to write these conditions and resolve all those issues. So I feel good about that. One clarification I'll mention, the underlying zoning here we're going for is RM3, which allows for 75% impervious. So slight little clarification, Bruce. We're proposing to just limit ourselves to 70%. So actually a little bit more, a little bit more green space here. And then the trestle, we've been working with Athens. We've been working with the Athens rail line owner. We have David Ellison on the team helping for legal to kind of sort all this out. Everybody wants to get this resolved for Athens. I know the fire marshal's definitely excited about seeing this issue that's been here forever resolved. So it's just going to take time, and that's the purpose of these conditions while we work through all this stuff. But good progress is being made. Finally, I think this is a good redevelopment of the site. A lot of work's going to be done to clean up the site. We've done some test pits. We've done some excavation. There's a lot of trash and debris to be removed, but we'll be busy getting that done, cleaning up this site. And I think it's a great location, downtown Greenway Trail, for those who don't want to be car dependent like myself. I would love to have a place like this to live and not own a car and bike around everywhere. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. Others to speak to the College Avenue submission? All right, it's on the other end of District 2.
Is this in the TAD, it is, okay. So any redevelopment of this site would generate TAD funds to go into East Athens. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I'm really impressed with this project. The diversity of the housing types is exactly what we need. You know, the applicant talked about a village feel, and I see that. I'll remind everyone that this was initially proposed to be a downtown land use in that land use plan, and, you know, I had discussions with citizens and, you know, also thinking about the historic preservation further down the road of the Elizabeth Street homes. So I feel like this is a really good buffer, kind of serving as a buffer of downtown with the more single-family neighborhoods as you get closer to Newtown and the Elizabeth Street homes. And it's, you know, it's a good use of a piece of land that is kind of like forgotten about between two rail lines. You know, I could see there being a somewhat diverse community moving into this, you know, not just student housing. I mean, you have these little cottages. You know, I'm really impressed with the architecture, those sloped roofs. You don't always see that anymore. A lot of times developers are going for the cheapest, easiest form, and that's a flat roof box. And they're limiting it to 3 stories. You know, it does feel like a you know, kind of quaint village type environment that can provide some housing in a really, really desirable location, and hopefully start drawing some people out of our existing neighborhoods, out of our existing single-family neighborhoods. That's what we really need to see. We need to see those single-family neighborhoods going to single families, and this provides some more opportunity for others who are not necessarily suited to live in the single-family neighborhoods. So, I mean, I love the green space. I mean, this is a concrete wasteland, quite literally, right now. So we're going to see some trees planted and some green space. I think it'll be a really nice addition to our in-town community.
Any others?
Yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner Fisher.
With the trestle and everything, I noticed, reading some of the information with the bus running there,
They can't.
you can't go that, you know, so it's really not on the bus line, per se. And if there's a fire department, you know, how do you navigate that if they're, you know, from that position? So that's a little bit of my question. And as I always ask, you know, what is your target audience to this? And then the environmental issue with it being a former concrete place, you know, has soil samples been taken and things of that nature to make sure that it's not contaminated or anything like that when you get ready to build. So,
Do you want to hear from the developer regarding
Yes,
the
yeah,
prospective
yeah.
constituency and then the environmental
so I guess
conditions
Bruce
as
can
I
answer
understand them now?
with the fire and the bus thing, and then I'd like to know about the contamination, you know, possible contamination because of what it was.
Sure.
And your target audience a little bit for who you think you hope to attract.
I can speak to the apparatus, the fire access, which will help bus access. The challenge will be, this isn't fixing the other trestle necessarily. We got to work through the trestle issues, and so that was the condition of approval, which was, the first 2 points of that were to address fire and emergency access as it related to the trestle. So we've got to have a route for that to work, or else this project doesn't work.
Right.
For this applicant or for anybody. So that's going to be dealt with up front. Fire Marshal's office has been super cooperative about working through options. I think we feel like there are some things out there that could be really productive. But again, no matter what happens on this site, we have to have that sorted out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll defer to the applicant for the other 2 questions you had.
Okay. So, before you come up though, so, you know, again, I don't wanna tell the planning commission how to do their job, but I think that should be a consideration if we have not figured out the fire access, you know? We don't wanna put the developer in a spot that we can't figure it out, and then, you know, they can be out of money and stuff like that. So I think,
Bruce, is that the rationale for that?
Yep.
right, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's those 2 conditions. That's the starting point.
okay,
The request to pivot to this zoning designation and have a binding plan was found to be worthwhile. And again, those conversations that we've been having with the fire marshal's office and with our transportation and public works folks feel like there is a solution that is viable, and the applicant has been receptive to some of those early discussions. Otherwise, that was the reason, and one of the applicants spoke to this, staff was recommending a table for that primary reason.
Right.
The planning commission heard evidence kind of leading up to the night of their meeting, saying, well, maybe there is some light on this that's going to produce a positive result, and that's why they are proffering the 2 conditions.
thank you.
And then on kind of the potential residents as well as the environmental conditions.
Yes, environmental studies have been done, definitely on sites like this. You don't want to get into expensive remediation, so there isn't any expensive remediation to be done here, but still landfill kind of waste and trash that will be needed to be hauled off and removed. But we've looked into that, yeah, and done quite a bit of studying on that line.
And your target audience for target potential
Yeah, I think
buyers
this.
of rentals?
I think this is a great opportunity for an eclectic group of Athens citizens here. You know, I mean, it's attractive to students because of its proximity to campus, but I think it's attractive to all of Athens, and many of the people who want to live closer to downtown can't pay downtown prices, but you're right here, and then, you know, having the best of both worlds, being near downtown, but then also right there on the Greenway. I think it's going to be a very eclectic, a typical example cross-section of Athenians here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fisher, also along the lines of the mix, that's the main reason we put in so many 1 and 2 bedroom units here. We were thinking that, you know, we got to work on several years back with everyone, the Mathis apartments, and then that Mill District that's between the Tracy Street warehouses. And that's also, Mill District's probably the best example. It's right in the middle. It was an EO or an EI also. And we all were able to rezone that together. And that one's been very interesting because of its location. And it's really kind of in the same line as this, right on the tracks. And we've got students, of course, because we're Athens, but we have empty nesters, and there's a couple of families that live there that are like the parents of the place, and there's young professionals. 3 of my employees live there, you know, and so we've been able to see that we can make a transitional zone. So that actually informed us, those experiences with you guys and the planning staff and commissions over the years, that kind of informed us on how do we approach something like this? We live here. We want this to be the transition too. So that's why you see the focus on so many 1s and 2s, because we think there's a lot of need for that. I know you always ask about price points, and I think it's number 1 question in this town. We don't know that yet. What we have been able to do though, throughout this PD process, because there's so many months, is we've been able to do something we don't always get to do, which is we've got a contractor on board already, a local contractor, and we've been able to value engineer and make sure that the images that we've showing you are actually buildable for the right prices, where a lot of times we get in here and once we leave, we come back to Bruce and we go, oh, we can't quite get this to work. We've been able to do all that work over the last several months. So I think we're on the right track to, and pardon the pun with all the tracks, I guess, but we're on the right track to, have decent prices, decent units, unit mix, unit sizes, and hopefully we're, make a good dent. And as Commissioner Link says, that need to keep people out of our single-family houses, because that's just such a problem that we have. So,
Thank you.
Thanks. I've got Commissioners Davenport, and then I've got Commissioners Wright and Thornton, Myers, and Johnson.
All right, thank you.
While you're speaking.
So, yeah, Commissioner Fisher answered my question. I just want to make sure from Bruce, so if condition 1 and 2 are not met, this project doesn't move forward?
That's correct.
Okay. The other question I have, I love, this project looks good. Just when I look at that parking, I'm like, you're downtown, it's walkable, you're next to the trail. Can we, are they meeting the minimum or the maximum parking? 'Cause
They're actually providing less parking
Okay.
than what the ratio would normally allow. So there's 374 bedrooms, and they're providing 324 spots.
So that parking minimum hold on, 374.
374 in terms of
to-
bedrooms. Typically, what we see is a ratio of 1 parking space per bedroom,
Okay.
and so they're actually coming in under that by 50.
It would look really nice if got rid of some of that parking and added more trees and made it, just considering it's downtown, but it's a beautiful project. Just for me, I would just like to see less parking.
Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, I'm needing some more details on the train lines. We've got, both of the train lines have the trestles. So you got 2 different rail activities to solve. No?
The ability is there to just pick one. You don't have to solve both.
Okay, so the higher of the 2 is okay. It's the lower of the 2 that needs to be fixed.
The northernmost is the one that's going to be dealt with, the one that's just off the top of the screen.
And whose line is that?
Athens line.
Athens line, is that the active or less
That's the
active?
short line that used to be used to carry coal to the university.
So that's the one that goes, is now dead through campus. Okay, so when you say we, who is we that's gonna fix the trestle?
No, so this would be something that is borne by the applicant, and whatever financing they pull together is kind of their business to work through.
Okay.
The we has been the discussion on what's possible, because we've had to really begin to understand what's underneath the road. That we have infrastructure underneath that paving. So it limits how much excavation we can do to the roadbed to get that clearance fixed. Then the coordination with the rail line, obviously, if you don't go down, then something's got to go up.
Or a little of both, or however,
And if it's both, then that's
Right.
extra coordination. So that's the we.
right, and
Yeah.
then, and so the timeline for that needs to happen sooner so that then we don't come back and say, hey, we need some TAD money to fix the trestle. Right, this project, it seems to me the trestle needs to be solved for the construction and for the traffic ahead of us approving it. It is quite an island in there. I disagree a little bit with Commissioner Davenport. I think the parking is supposed to be closer to the bedroom count, so don't take any more away, even for a tree, Patrick. But anyway, so to me, this whole island of concern is huge, and I'm just curious. It's a little bit of the cart before the horse to start approving what's going in there, because the construction, you're talking about the certificate of occupancy, but there's a lot that could happen before the trestle gets addressed properly, in my mind, that the way this is. So
They
we
would
can
not be able
talk
to get a
more.
building permit to do anything. They would not be able to have a permit to start construction without having a design for fixing the trestle, which is
Okay.
going to also involve how to pay for it.
And then how, the number two, the fire access, apparatus access route could happen that one,
They've got to fix that trestle before they can occupy the very first building.
I know, but they also need it before the permit.
They need a plan, they need an approved plan
Oh.
before permit, so that we all know that it'll work. And then it has to be finished prior to the first building being occupied. So it's being stepped.
So that the construction is happening potentially
While-
with so you're talking about construction under a low trestle, because the trestle might not be fixed or modified. Let's just call it modified, because it clearly works for the train.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 1 and 2 are a lot.
Got
Thanks.
Commissioner, who is next? Commissioner Thornton.
Oh, okay. Bruce, was there a similar project that was presented late last year on this area and the fire truck going under the trestle was an issue then? Maybe not with these developers, but didn't this come before us
The
before?
River Mill redevelopment had kind of some fire access questions.
It definitely did, and there was some mention of the trestle as part of the sewer line construction for the Hub 2 development, the core development. There was some mention of that. It wasn't so much for the access, but it was more for the sewer line, which does impact the trestle to some degree, depending on how the design was going to go.
I guess I remember it because that's when the concrete block company, business moved moving to 29. And I do remember there was a conversation and concern about the trestle.
The
And it was
Yep.
a matter of the fire department not being able to get under there.
That's correct, because I think what was talked about when Quality Block was looking to go to Collins Industrial, there was considerable discussion at that time, well then, if they're leaving, what comes next? So it was a little outside of the discussion of what Quality Block was wanting to do, but I think it wasn't inappropriate, but it was anticipating, well, what's the future of this site? And there was definitely consideration then about the trestle.
So all right. And we know that this is in the TAD district and could generate finances. So my question now is, or was inclusionary zoning, Bruce, where you at?
I'm ready.
Was inclusionary zoning a option in the conversation for this development?
No, ma'am.
I'm kind of struggling with that one because I think anything that looks like it's going to, I know what Brett's one of my favorite folk too. Thank you, Brett. You know you're my favorite. But I am concerned about when we talk about mixed developments. I don't know what that mix really looks like at the end of the day. And 1 and 2 bedrooms does not really look like what I would imagine in my head. I do think that, as you know, I can't understand why this has come before us, since this is really a big deal about the trestle ahead of time, and we have had this discussion before. I'm not knowing the thought pattern for that. It seems to me that the developers are investing in something that may or may not happen, but I guess that's their money. But inclusionary zoning option is a concern for me. Every time we can get folk that I know meets those income scales and get into these downtown apartments, we should be looking at that and not just saying we're having mixed development communities.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I went and did a little research and looking at Commissioner Fisher's question, because when I looked at it, I thought, oh, this looks like Mathis and like the Tracy Street apartments over there. And so what I'm seeing online for those apartments, because they do, you said it, and they do, it does look like a similar vibe, was like $1,500 for a one-bedroom, and one of them had a two-bedroom at $2,000. And I know this one is only 62% one and two bedrooms, so that means like it's 38% more, you know, a mix of bedrooms in there. So it, you know, it's clearly not affordable housing, but I'm pretty sure those other apartments are pretty filled up. And in terms of the fire, the trestle stuff that's come back, am I correct that the developer will be paying for that construction work on the trestle? That's a development, right. And so the thing is that when I looked at the staff report under fire protection, it says that the fire marshal says after the first review, most concerns from the fire marshal's review have been addressed, and that they are willing to waive the requirement for the 2 access points because of the unique layout of the property. But so is the concerns from the fire marshal must have addressed the trestle as well, getting there, right?
And it might, I'm sorry, but my answer to Commissioner Wright is along the same lines, I think, of what you're asking. We've had a good bit of discussion. Perhaps the fire marshal's comment that's in the report is shorthand. They don't need the 2 access points that we would normally need. What they're comfortable with is a single point of access. But that single point of access is going to have to involve addressing the trestle.
Right, so they're okay if I mean, they need the trestle addressed. The developer, to proceed with this, has to do that and is going to be paying for it. I'm understanding those correctly. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question about on the railroad agreement. There's reference to it on page 1, on page 2, and I am curious if it's going to be included in the document before we vote.
There is no railroad agreement at this time. I think there have been discussions. Perhaps the applicant can provide an update or a status on that?
I'm not sure what you're referencing on page 2. Is that of the staff report, or is that our narrative?
It is.
We have two rails to deal with here. We have CSX to the south. They have an easement through this property, and we're working with them to adjust that easement so they have access to all their equipment, and that we definitely are working through that, and have prepared a easement plat, and we're going through attorney signatures there. The other Athens rail, there's just been discussions. There's no agreement at this time.
Oh, okay. It says referencing, I'll read the whole sentence. The updated proposal includes a solution for the fire marshal's primary concern with the limited clearance below railroad trestle across College Avenue, referencing an agreement with Athens Line Railway. And I was asking if there will be an executed agreement before we vote. Is that something that happens?
No, we don't. That's why we have the conditions. We don't anticipate having that agreement in place until we get some excavate. We'll need to do quite a bit of work to figure out what kind of infrastructure will need to be modified. And those are dollars that the developer is gonna spend and is working towards. We want to get agreements in place first, so it's going to be a long process.
Thank you.
Circling back to Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I mean, well, that trestle is an issue, and I feel like that's kind of a bonus of this project. If that trestle is going to get elevated, that thing eats a truck about every other month, it seems. My husband was actually on a Barrow County school bus that had its top skimmed off by that trestle. So I'm confident that that'll get worked out. It's part of the conditions. I guess it's kind of a chicken and egg situation where why would the developer invest, a bunch of time, energy, money in coming to that agreement if they weren't sure it was approved by this body, So I can see that it being necessary to get this approval before entering any kind of really formal agreement with the actual owner of that rail line and doing all the, the work that needs to be done to figure out what the heck's going on underneath the trestle and what kind of infrastructure needs to be worked around.
It's clear from the language of those conditions that this
Yeah.
places the onus on the developer to come up with the engineering solution, and that would be the predicate to the eventual development.
Yeah, I can see that.
Commissioner Thorne.
I want to go back, and I guess I'll probably need Brett or the developer to answer this question. I really would like to know why inclusionary zoning was not an option or considered.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. You and I have spent a fair amount of time talking about this at my conference table, I believe. And, sometimes, with development costs as high as they are, we've talked about how expensive it is to hit those AMIs that land in inclusionary housing. We're hitting all of this basically is a by right project that we're rezoning. And in this, we've got to spend a lot of money on infrastructure and cleaning up this really difficult site. I mean, there's feet of piles of concrete. So, if we had a clean site, we might have some extra money to be able to do these kinds of things, but we kind of got to, you always, like I've talked about so many times, we've kind of always got to balance, like, what can we do with what we want to do, and if we've got 7 things that are our ideals, as citizens of this town, sometimes we can do 3 or 4 of them, sometimes we can do 6, it's hard to do 7, and this is just one of those instances when you talk about the trestle work that we need to do there, and we're bound on both sides by an active line and an inactive line, to the one to the north. And you're dealing with a concrete plant that's been there for however many, 50 or 60 years, and there's literally piles of things. Fortunately, none of it's hazardous, as Commissioner Fisher pointed out. But also just to bring into perspective on the trestle so everybody understands, this might simplify it a little bit. Those images that Bruce had up before where you see the heights and there's just this one particular trestle on the north. The trestle is level, the road is slightly pitched. On one side, the road is clear for the fire department. On the other side, we missed by 5 inches. It's only this far. So it's not like we're dealing with something that's like this. It's literally like, how much can we take some asphalt out? Do we lift it up? We have a couple of ways to do that. But the engineering of those types of things and the agreements that need to be done with the city and with everyone, they take 6 or 8 or 10 months. And to sit on a project like this, we kind of need to know that, hey, we like this project if condition 1, 2, and 3 can be met. And that's why we're coming at you in this order. I understand sometimes things like this can feel like cart before the horse, but this is, I think the cart and the horse are in the proper order on this one, just because it does take a lot of time to make sure that we're doing everything that the fire department, Captain Vaughn calls this a can opener. And it is on one side, right? And so we got to fix that. But it's only this much. It's not this much. It's like that. So anyway,
Well,
I don't know.
I guess my concern is later on down the line, and if your project does request TAD dollars in any way, it seems like, to me, having so many units that meet that AMI that I like would balance it. I guess that's my point. Sooner or later, I expect you'll come looking at TAD dollars, and maybe you won't.
So my understanding that TAD information is new, and Mr. Ellison, David Ellison's been talking with the powers that be in the city, trying to understand what there is. Right now, I don't know if anybody's asking. We just know that we're
Nobody.
contributing to. TAD, which is good, but they have started those conversations. I'm not really privy to that. It's
Okay.
really early. But I totally agree with you. You know, certainly if you ask for something, you give something. That's the give and take, and that's how our municipalities, you know, function, and that's how we take care of one another. So I don't disagree at all. It's really early, and they are starting to have those conversations. So it may very well be that they say, hey, we want to do this with TAD, and then we'll provide this. But at the very least, we know we're contributing to TAD, and so that helps us somewhere in the community as well. So,
Thank you.
I know the site very well, probably walked by it in the thousands of times. You know, just given the design concept, proximity to employment and the greenway, I think this is a great land use to just be able to have some dwellings where there had not been any at all, but that are close to where people work and dine and recreate. So it's got sort of great legs in that regard. Pertinent to its inclusion in the TAD, you know, we do know just based on comps, the kinds of which were mentioned earlier, whether it's the Mill District over off Tracy Street or whether it's the Mathis Apartments, this would probably throw off a couple $100,000 a year that would go into the East Downtown TAD pot, kind of for use for those TAD goals. And probably a few $100,000 that would go to the school district, because of course they're not a participant, so it would go to direct operational costs over there. Bruce, I think we got another one up, don't we?
Yes. Third item on the agenda is, from a zoning standpoint, is 4320 Atlanta Highway. This is a rezone of property from employment office to RM3. The purpose of the rezone is to develop the subject property with a multifamily development. Here you see an aerial view of the property. This is across the street, across Atlanta Highway from Sam's Club. Pretty good landmark. Tucked next to and behind CarMax. This was the former Alewine Auto Salvage property. Here's a view of that property when that use was at its height in the late 90s. Here are some photographs walking through the site within the past month. Nature is certainly incredible on what it can do and take back. But you can still see the aisles from Alewine's salvage yard as you walk through. Future land use on the property is general business. The applicant is not needing to or requesting a change to the future land use. The zoning request is to go, as noted, from EO, Employment Office, to RM3, and that's what's shown on the screen. Environmental areas-wise, we have some creek buffer to the immediate north of the subject property and to the immediate west that does bleed over a little bit onto the property, but not in any significant way. And this is the concept plan that was submitted. The request is to build 100% affordable units in this development with an amenities package that would be towards Atlanta Highway. This is a concept. This is not a binding plan. This is a straight rezone. But this is the applicant's intention. And the breakdown of bedrooms and parking are indicated on the screen on the upper right. From an analysis standpoint, this kind of hits the biggest issue in the comp plan with affordable housing, but we do have some issues in the comp plan that are noted where you put the housing. And so this is an interesting spot where we don't have any obvious connectivity. We have some very heavy sort of highway and kind of commercial uses that are immediately adjacent. So it's not an obvious fit for multifamily, so it's kind of hitting on two fronts. That conceptual plan and application report, again, are not binding, so we do also had some questions coming from staff about the submittal. First, fire marshal staff noted that the concept plan would have to be reworked to have a different access configuration. Presently, the primary access as shown on the site plan is coming through a shared access easement that is shared with CarMax. The details of that still need to be worked out to see if that can actually be done the way it is drawn, but that is something that could be worked out during plans review. A second point of access would have to be provided. Early on in this project's submittal phase, the access was shown to the west in the area where we had those environmental areas. There is now consideration being given to having that second point of access to the east. And I think that's where it stands presently, is that easternmost second point of access is most likely. Public Utility staff has noted that there would have to be a sewer main extension to be able to serve this. The site presently does not have immediate frontage onto a sanitary sewer main, but an extension is possible to the north. And the prior use of the property, as noted, provides some reason to question, is there going to be a need for potential remediation? And is this necessarily an appropriate location for residential development, particularly residential development at this scale and intensity? Planning Commission's recommendation is to approve the rezone from EO to RM3 with two conditions. One, that the property shall be developed and operated so that 100% of all the residential dwelling units are restricted to households earning no more than 60% of the applicable AMI adjusted for household size, and that those rents would be restricted accordingly. And that this affordability restriction would remain in effect for 30 years beginning on the effective date of the approval of the rezone. So that's essentially taking what the applicant has indicated in their application but did not make as part of a binding effort or request. The Planning Commission is taking their wording and making it a first condition of approval. Second, all areas adjacent to the existing developed commercial property will meet the standards found in section 915.3 for buffering, except for along the existing access easement. What that is essentially saying is where you're putting the residential right next to commercial, the buffering would have to be provided inside the development against those commercial uses, with the exception of where that shared access easement is. So that is the end of the staff report with the recommendation for approval with conditions. We'll save that for next.
Thanks, Bruce. Is there anyone here to speak to this submission? Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Scott Haines. I work for W&A Engineering here in Athens. I'm here representing Alewine Enterprise LLC, who is the current property owner, and Dominium, who is the future property purchaser and property project developer. The application that you saw is for a straight rezone from EO to RM3. And as mentioned, although it does not include a binding plan, it does come with binding conditions that will secure the development will be 100% affordable at the 60% AMI level and will remain such for 30 years. It is a type 2 application and is compliant with the future land use map. The current concept proposes over 700 affordable bedrooms. RM3 was chosen because of the slightly higher density we were looking for, but also because it met a shorter rezone cycle, which is important because it allows us to meet the September Department of Community Affairs deadline for their 2026 LIHTC funding applications. As mentioned, this was an old salvage yard. An environmental phase 1 assessment has been performed on the property. It revealed 3 recommendations for further investigation. Those were based on some of the concrete debris you saw in the photographs that were shown. Also, there was storage of some automobiles on the site, obviously, and then there was some fill dirt that was brought in from unknown origin. None of those necessarily mean there's anything wrong with the property. It just warrants further investigation in a phase 2 assessment, which is being mobilized right now. It's important to note that if there are any things found on this property, that they will have to be cleaned up as a prerequisite for the DCA funding. CarMax is on the adjacent parcel as mentioned in staff's report, and they have raised some initial concerns. We are in active conversations with them now on how to provide safe access for all parties involved. And it is worth saying again that there is a shared access easement between the 2 properties, which was put in place for the benefit of both parcels. We know traffic is always a concern when we deal with Atlanta Highway. I think it's important to note that we will generate less traffic than several uses that are allowed there by right today. As a comparison, this project would generate about 65% of the traffic that a 300-room hotel would. So significantly less than some of the things, and that's just one of many that could be there by right today. The project will require a sewer extension to serve the property. This extension will benefit several of the undeveloped parcels that are adjacent to the site that are slated for economic development. several of which are controlled by ACC and are earmarked for future economic development. So this project will bring access to properties that likely have not been developed to this point because they do not have access to sewer. The proposed developer, Dominium, has a proven track record of developing and managing affordable housing projects. Dominium will be the owner on site and the on-site manager for this project for a minimum of 11 years, and they typically do that closer to 15.
Thank you, Mr. Haines.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else here to speak to the submission tonight? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Katessa Archer, and I'm a vice president and project partner with Dominium. I'm the developer on this project, so I appreciate having a moment to share with you guys and really just focus a little bit more on the affordability components of the project, in addition to why the state is really incentivizing affordable on this site. Specifically, 60% of area median income. What that means is essentially we will be serving households that make between $42,000 up to around $65,000 a year. And so in these households, that means that you have to make below those levels in order to live at our property. In addition to that, the rent restriction will allow the rents to remain between just around $1,000 for a one-bedroom up to around $1,650 for a four-bedroom. And on average, in this county specifically, that's around $300 or $400 less than what a market rate development will have. And so just moving into quickly why this is an attractive, affordable site. As Scott shared, we have to partner with Georgia DCA to make these projects a reality, and the resources for these projects are competitive. This site scores incredibly well for all of these resources because of its desirable amenities based on location with big box retail, large retailers, there's doctor's office in this location, we have daycares and such. And then in addition to that, the state has used a series of demographics to identify this as a huge area of economic opportunity, specifically because the employment rate is 95%, population above poverty level is 86% in this location, in this census tract, and the average median income is $75,000. So the state really believes this is a good location and a huge area of opportunity for people who earn incomes at these levels to find affordable options. So I'm happy to answer any other questions, but just wanted to introduce myself.
Thank you, Ms. Archer. Is there anyone else here to speak to the submission tonight? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Connerly. I'm with Troutman Pepper Locke. I'm here on behalf of CarMax, which owns the property adjacent to the subject property at 4300 Atlanta Highway. Excuse me. CarMax only became aware of the proposed development a few days before the Planning Commission hearing upon receiving notice from the Planning Department. Our law firm submitted a letter to the Planning Department outlining CarMax's initial concerns with respect to the application. CarMax, I actually attended the Planning Commission hearing on behalf of CarMax and voiced our concerns. Since the Planning Commission hearing, CarMax has reached out and has had ongoing conversations with the applicant, as was mentioned, regarding CarMax's concerns, particularly concerns that are related to the shared access drive. While CarMax truly does appreciate these conversations and the applicant's willingness to engage since the Planning Commission meeting, given the complexity of the unresolved issues, there are many conversations that still need to be had before a final decision should be made on this application. To give you a little more insight quickly into CarMax's access concern, there's, as was noted, there's an existing access easement agreement between the current property owner and CarMax that provides access to and from Atlanta Highway. This access point is critical to CarMax's operation, and it's used daily by CarMax customers, employees, and most importantly, large auto transit vehicles. Based on the site plan submitted with the rezoning application, additional concept sketches that have been provided, and discussions with the applicant, it appears that the proposed development's driveway configuration may result in the closure of several of CarMax's drive aisles that are actually on the CarMax property, so they're internal drive aisles. Eliminating or reconfiguring drive aisles on CarMax's property could substantially harm CarMax's ability to accommodate these delivery trucks and their customers, and could materially or will materially interfere with CarMax's operations. To be clear, CarMax is not opposed to multifamily development. However, they still do have significant concerns about this specific development as depicted on the site plan attached to the application. Now, CarMax also understands that the site plan submitted as part of the rezoning application is not binding. However, nonetheless, they are still concerned that substantial issues remain unresolved. As was noted, there are currently ongoing conversations regarding the access arrangements that will better serve both developments. But we believe additional conversations with both Athens, Clarke County, and GDOT should be had, and they should be involved in those conversations. We believe a deferral would allow the parties to the opportunity to continue their conversations and explore additional site plan iterations and work towards a positive solution that addresses the concerns of all the parties before a final decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly. Is there anyone else here to speak to this Atlanta Highway submission tonight? All right, hearing none, we'll go to Commissioner Johnson, since this is in District 6.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had a town hall for this particular development, and I met with the Ms. Contessa and had a meeting with her. And I also attended the Planning Commission meeting last week. So I was surprised that CarMax had not been notified. And I just wanted to say that. I have a technical question, and then I'll share some thoughts. On page 4, it compares CG zoning to RM3. It doesn't show EO. On page 2, it states that the zoning request is from EO to RM3, but on page 4, it says CG. And I was just curious if you could clear that up, Mr. Bruce.
Yeah, thank you for that. That is an error. I will address that and get the proper information out to you prior to the vote. I can get that to you tomorrow. Yeah. The base zoning is EO now, not CG. So that
EO, yeah.
EO is what's correct.
That's what I thought. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. So overall, I think, this is the first that I've ever heard in this community, 60% of the AMI property. This is an odd location. However, most locations, you can't really fathom what it would look like until it's complete. There are a lot of unknowns, and I understand that the team, the Dominium team, is working diligently in trying to have those conversations. From the town hall, the feedback that I received, the overarching feedback I received was traffic was going to be a problem, and there was no support of it. However, by the time this project is complete, the GDOT work on that Atlanta Highway corridor should be complete. So before they start, it should be almost finished. So I think the traffic problem will fix itself. The other issue, I actually just got a text message for a question, so I'm glad Mr. Haines actually spoke on it. And the question is, regarding the automobile salvage property, what environmental testing has been completed and what was found, and will the results of the remediation plan be made public? So I just got that text, and I think Mr. Haines addressed most of that, so I'm happy that he did. And if there's any additional questions about the remediation, I'll stay in contact with Mr. Haines about that. The other concern that I thought about today was transportation. So this is an apartment complex, and it's affordable. It's going to be affordable, but our transit does not go that far down on the Atlanta Highway corridor right now. So one of the things I would hope we could have a conversation about is extending that transit line. That was brought up. I sent this agenda item to several people who speak out a lot about affordability and housing and ask for feedback. And one of the things that I received back was, how are working individuals that work in the area that can afford the apartment going to get back and forth without adding a car to the road? So that's something I would like to see extended if possible. And a bonus for this is it's the density increase that we always talk about. The 673, I think, bedrooms definitely will provide additional density. And in this particular area, the west side of District 6, I can only think of 2 apartment complexes. And they're mostly subdivisions, and as a reminder, last year, over 900 homes were approved, and I think across 3 different developments. So if you cannot afford to buy a home, but you need to live in that area, this would be an answer for that. I'm going to scan my notes to see if I left anything out. I did have a question about the last sentence. Mr. Haines stated that there would be on-site oversight for up to 11 years, and I remember at the Planning Commission it was 15 years. The gentleman in the blue suit back there, he stated 15 years, and Ms. Contessa did also. I just want to confirm, is it 11 or 15?
I think, Commissioner, those are 2 different timelines, but if the applicant wants to explain that.
Yes, so it is around 15 years. Technically, with how the federal tax credits work on the project is legally we can't sell the property for the first 10 years because of the tax credits are getting delivered to an investor during that time. It would cause a lot of issues with delivery problems. However, Dominium's typical ownership period is 15 years. And oftentimes on these properties, which we've done over and over again in Georgia, we actually will hold the property even longer than that and reinvest through what's called a resyndication, which means that we would extend the affordability on the project for another 30 years and place new tax credits on it. So it kind of restarts the clock. And so with these new construction properties, that's definitely our long-term hold strategy. We just actually celebrated owning one of our properties for over 60 years a few weeks ago, so that was incredibly exciting. But new construction, especially 15 years, is solid. The minimum would be 11.
Thank you for that. And the last thing that I have to say is I was very impressed at the Planning Commission meeting, hearing that they actually manage their own properties. So once the development is complete, they don't outsource a third party to come in and sit in the leasing office and lease the apartments. The Dominium staff actually does that, and I think that adds added value and pride of ownership and being a part of that community as well. So those are my comments. I do plan to support it unless something changes. I think this is a good project for the area.
Commissioner Thornton.
So this is a LIHTC project. So is there a deadline that you have to apply? Is there a deadline for application?
Yes, ma'am, there is. So we're applying for the 4% LIHTC tax credits on this property, and the application is due at the end of September. So that's really what we're trying to work towards on this proposal.
So time is of the essence as far as applying for LIHTC funding.
It is, and so like I shared previously on kind of why we picked this site, the reason why time is of the essence is because we get points in the readiness proceed category if the property is properly zoned for our use. And so that would go a really long way in securing, this approval would go a really long way in securing the resources from the state to ensure that this project can be competitive and hopefully get funded.
It was 2 things. It was impressive to know that you held on to, I think you said, a property for 60 years.
60 years, yeah.
I'm not as optimistic about housing and how housing goes, but if it's 15 years, that means the property is on the market to a developer. Has there been any thought, if 15 years and you want to sell it, has it been any thought or interest in maybe the housing authority being one of the purchasers that would guarantee that it would stay low income?
Yeah, so just one note on the affordability restrictions, which is the 30-year commitment. So not only would that be, approved as a part of the zoning conditions on the property. We actually will also be deed restricted through an agreement with the housing authority on what's called a land use restrictive agreement that will also be in place in addition to the zoning conditions. And so if this property were to sell to another user at that time, they couldn't come and, talk to you guys about wanting to remove the affordability kind of under the guise of a reinvestment or whatever. Like those land use agreement restrictions extend to the housing authority, to the county as a part of these zoning conditions, in addition to the state as a part of the commitment to affordability too. But in the past, we've entered into what we would consider kind of rights of first refusal with housing authorities. I think it's really important, at the end of the day, that if the property were to come for sale at that point, that, free market is important and our ability to capitalize on a real estate a real estate position is important, but we have entered into those. And I think one of the avenues that we've really kind of looked at that option a lot of times is kind of in exchange for property tax exemptions or other things that would make this project more of a reality. Currently, that's not on the table. The housing authority is going to be our issuer of the bonds, so they're going to be heavily involved in the project. This is on their docket, but that is certainly something that we can chat with them about kind of through the approval, like Commissioner Johnson shared. We have a really extended period to get this funded and get it moving. And so those conversations could be had.
I am very impressed that you have your own staff on premises. I think that is a real plus to represent and not just outsearch reach employees. So I think that is that's a good thing also. So I'll see what Commissioner Johnson does, but it does sound like a great project.
Thank you.
Commissioner Link.
Yeah, so this concept, which I recognize is purely a concept, shows the main entrance to the project off of what I believe is Trade Street. Is that not Trade Street? What is that?
That's a secondary entrance. The main entrance would be off of
Atlanta Highway. So the one that the CarMax folks are talking about is the edge that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if any flow out of Trade Street might trigger GDOT to put a light in there since it's right across from New Jimmy Daniel Road. There's been a lot of housing development out on this end of town. And right across Atlanta Highway behind some of the commercial properties there's a lot of housing. So I don't feel like this is an inappropriate area for housing. There's plenty of it. It's just across Atlanta Highway. But yeah, the traffic's pretty awful, and the more housing out there, the worse it gets. What is the trigger for GDOT? Because this is a GDOT highway. We don't really have much control over it.
So trip generation is going to factor into that heavily, but also distance off of existing signals is going to be a complicating factor. There are some controlled intersections close to that driveway that may limit the ability of having yet another signal. It may be too close.
Is the new Jimmy Daniel Trade Street intersection controlled? Is there a light there, Stephanie? There is? Okay.
There is a light at Trade Street.
Okay. So that does give folks who might live here the opportunity to go to a actual signaled intersection to get out.
Yes, but I think there's conversation about possibly offering a second exit off of Cleveland Road.
Okay.
So you drive and you go behind, I think it's what's the name of the road?
There's a Whitetail
Conway.
Way behind there.
Conway, and then you could take Conway to Cleveland and access the light there. So there's conversation about that. 'Cause to have a light right there, there's another light.
Okay.
I do think we need a light, but they're very close. It would be too close to Trade Street.
And the sewer line would come in from the north end of the property. Okay.
Commissioner Davenport?
Yeah, piggybacking off of Commissioner Link, I can't find, so the sewer line, I just got a question where that sewer line will come from. Do you have, and the GIS I can't find it on our ACC. Is that close by, like an easy connection, or is gonna be some digging?
It's a good distance. Mr. Haines may be able to speak to some of those details that may have already been discussed from an engineering standpoint. But as Commissioner Link noted, it's coming from the north, and it would cross at least two properties.
Okay.
The main would have to cross two properties to get to this property, at a minimum, two properties.
And it was mentioned east and west access. Can you explain the west access? No,
West is what's shown on the screen.
the east access.
Oh,
sorry.
the east, yeah, that would be a potential connection to Conway that would run pretty much from the middle of the site. You see that property line that's coming in? Yeah, it would follow that property line due east.
Can you
Okay.
cursor that? Can you?
I
do any
wish you
cursoring?
could see my cursor, but you
Not curse it, but cursor.
cursor, and I'm happily doing that, but let me see if I.
ACC owns some property to the east there that we've had for a few years.
Okay.
No, that does-
No.
no.
Maybe you could give us some
I can follow up.
highlight reel on that with a visual as follow-up, so, I don't even know which one's Conway, so, thanks.
Will do.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yeah,
On the
Commissioner Myers.
road, that they were talking about with CarMax, can you explain who has, I pulled that up, and on the, like, who owns that? Whose road is that? That's along the side of CarMax that the CarMax people were talking about?
It is a commercial driveway, so it's not even really a road. But there is a shared access easement that both property owners are party to.
Okay.
And so that's what's being revisited now, is to make sure everybody's understanding what that easement allows for or doesn't allow for. And I think it was represented in the comments from the applicant that that's an ongoing discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we've got two that are sort of overlaid with each other, so we'll move on to number 19.
That's me. That's me.
All right, the next two items are in some ways linked. They are distinct votes that are being asked of this body, but they are in close proximity to one another, and they share the same ownership group, and they are very similar use types, and the requests are very similar. So this is a special use permit request for a number of addresses on Highway 29 North. The development is probably most easier to reference as Pinewoods Estates Mobile Home Park. The request is for a special use in the AR zone for the opportunity to expand a legal non-conforming use. And the mobile home park there is legal, but it is non-conforming with current code. So this is the path that is available in zoning code to allow for modifications of things that are legal but non-conforming. There's no zoning change proposed. There's no future land use change. The special use would essentially sit on top of the zoning that's already in place. The request involves an expansion to allow for 110 additional pads for mobile homes within Pinewoods. The updated plans include fire suppression lines being installed in hydrant locations. And as I noted too, it's related but not dependent on the next special use that you'll see after this item. Here's an aerial view of the subject property. So it's on the west side of Highway 29 as you're heading north out of town, just past Athens Christian. That's the track and the football field for Athens Christian that you see down on the right, so for reference. The area in the hatched that is largely in tree cover, you'll see on the plans that we look at in just a second, are where you'll see the bulk of the expansion of the mobile home park. Here's some photographs of the existing mobile home park, the internal street system. The street system is very modest. The homes are very modest. The infrastructure largely out here predates any kind of zoning standards or code or engineering standards that we currently have in the county. So a lot of this request is related to making upgrades to the park, and I imagine the applicant will speak to that in more detail. Here is the future land use layout. None of this would be changing as part of this request. Here is the rezone ask, and it is just the special use. That's the zoning action that we're talking about. So you're not seeing those colors change. Here's an environmental areas view of the property, the upper reach of Trail Creek. is running through Pine Woods Estates. Athens Clarke County in the last while extended sanitary sewer into this area and took offline the oxidation pond that had served Pine Woods for so many years. That is no longer in place. They are on sanitary sewer in Pine Woods. But this gives you a sense of what's out there today. This is what's proposed. So I'm gonna flip back and forth, so I'm not gonna do it too fast, but there's a bit of a pivot to the next image. So that big area on the bottom of, inside the dash line that is vacant, if you relax your eye and kind of turn that way, so counterclockwise, I think I'm right? Yes. That's the area of expansion. Everything that's in the darker line weight would be a new pad, if that's helpful. So the things that are in lighter and you can barely make out, those are existing mobile home pads. The darker lines are where you would see the 110 additional pads brought into the expansion of the park. This is an image that takes the two submittals, puts them side by side, and also folds in a rezone request that you'll be hearing next month at agenda setting in September. It is currently going before the Planning Commission first Thursday in September. These are all being brought by the same applicant. It's all part of a larger effort that they're making to revisit this area and redevelop the parks and upgrade both parks as well as some of the services that are available immediately nearby. So the special use that we're talking about for Pine Woods Estates is outlined in orange on the left-hand side of the screen. The blue line there that you see are the new fire suppression water lines. Hydrant locations are shown. Sanitary sewer connections are shown in red. All of this infrastructure is planned and largely designed, honestly, at this point. Some more photographs of the area where the expansion would occur. This is partially compatible with the comprehensive plan, partially in that what we're dealing with is a legal non-conforming use. So it's not easy to put into a box with our current land use standards and codes and things because it predates a lot of those. Hence the need for the special use. What they are asking for is they are proposing homes that would be of a similar type to the existing community. The combination of resident-owned and lease-to-own agreements that the applicant provides supports ACC goals to give residents a home ownership opportunity, albeit a different kind of home ownership opportunity. The development of undeveloped land is at odds with what we typically want with redevelopment or looking at existing improvements. However, this is an area that has adequate sewer and water service to accommodate what's being proposed. And stormwater management and treatment facilities are being shown on the plan, but they're not as clear as they will be when we come through plans review. That's an issue with a special use permit where we have a binding plan. But what we typically find with infrastructure is those things we can work through the permitting process. We don't have to have all the answers necessarily right at the binding plan stage of a special use. And there has been considerable discussion over longer than a year between our engineering departments and the applicant on how to achieve all of the infrastructure needs for this project. And see, these are some of the examples of the homes that they've already started bringing into the currently approved lots that are in the existing Pine Woods Mobile Home Park. You can kind of see them down the road, there in the middle. These are other examples of the unit types that the ownership group that has it today is proposing. Again, we have these incompatibilities because we have a legal non-conforming use. I don't want to overstate this, but it is kind of round peg, square hole when it comes to code, but that's the justification for the special use request. This is seen as an opportunity to bring Pine Woods Estates into code compliance to promote health, safety, and general welfare of the current and future residents of that area. The 110 additional pads will bring this to a 450 total pad for the development across 70 acres. That density is higher than what AR regulations would look for. That's agricultural residential, which is our lowest density district, and that's what's on the map. What's important to note is that 5.9 pads per acre is well below what we would see with a manufactured home park if it were coming through our process today, which allows 8 per acre. So just contextually, this is below the standards we would see for manufactured home density, but well above what we would see for AR. Partially compatible with a number of programs and plans that we have adopted. Our Athens Affordable Housing Investment Strategy has a number of things that this project is in line with. The mix of rental and rent-to-own models, having additional homes of a similar type in that existing community helps protect the current residents from any kind of financial displacement that might occur from a larger proposition to redevelop the property. Transit development, Athens in Motion, the master plan, and the MTP. This is kind of at the edge of the community. So there's an existing north side circulator at Pinewood with a bus shelter. That is planned to continue, but there is really nothing beyond that in the way of sidewalk or bicycle infrastructure that is proposed. Special use criteria that are found in the ordinance are largely met. We have one criteria which is related to stormwater management. What is submitted does not directly address the special use criteria, but we have a high level of confidence from the staff side of things that there are solutions to that can be addressed administratively should this be approved. Planning Commission recommendation is for approval with one condition, that domestic water service for all new and existing residential pads shall be designed and approved by Athens-Clarke County, bonded or installed, and accepted by Athens-Clarke County prior to permitting for any units on new residential pads in the expansion areas associated with this special use request for Pinewood Estates.
All right, thank you, Bruce. All right, is there any member of the public here to speak to this tonight? Good evening.
Good evening, I'm Jeff Carter, 1010 Commerce Drive, and Bogart. We're the engineers on the project, and just wanted to bring up a couple of points. First and foremost, I want to make it clear that the entire water infrastructure for Pinewood Estates is in the process of being replaced. Specifically, when I say that, plans have been permitted through the Public Utility Department. Contracts have been signed, pipe has been ordered. So that is how close we are to replacing the water. It's not just the domestic water. So currently it's on a well system. And so it will be converted to public water very, very soon. And so I want to make sure that you guys are very clear on that. It's something that's much needed. It has been in process for quite some time. So the permitting process, design process takes quite a bit of time. But that is imminent, and I just wanted to make sure that y'all are aware of that. It's not only domestic water, though. It is fire protection. So right now, there are no fire hydrants in there. And we're going in, and the developer is putting in the much-needed fire protection for Pinewood Estates. And so I do have a quote from the Fire Marshal's office. They've reviewed the plans for Pinewood special use permit based on the information provided. The proposed water supply and fire protection infrastructure satisfies the Fire Marshal's office requirements. So did want to just make sure you guys were aware of that. Also, traffic was mentioned in the Planning Commission meeting. I wanted to let you guys know that we have done a comprehensive traffic study. We've studied every intersection from Country Corners all the way up to Highway 72. So that's like 4 intersections. Very expensive traffic study. Submitted it to Transportation and Public Works. And I think it's in your packet, but I wanted to read their comment. After reviewing the TIA, which is a traffic study, submitted by applicant, TPW shared the report with GDOT and has arrived at the following assessment. The impacts of the additional traffic loads from this project do not have substantial impact on levels of service for the intersection of Country Corners Drive and Trail Creek Drive. So the water infrastructure, just to kind of give you an idea of what these folks have been up to the last few months, the water infrastructure alone is at least $1.5 million, okay? They realize it's got to be done. They're doing that. There has to be some way to pay for that because they don't have $1.5 million lying around. So part of this special use permit is increasing the density to allow them to offset those costs to upgrade. There's been, in terms of affordable housing, Cost of a 3-bedroom home in Pinewood Estates is between $90,000 and $120,000. And so there's proof that some of these have been resold for more than they paid for. And so it's not like it used to be in terms of mobile homes. A lot of materials are used are very similar to what you see on houses.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Is there anyone else here to speak to this submission tonight? All right, come to commission discussion. This is in District 9, Commissioner Thornton.
I thought Principal Garcia was coming up to the mic.
You want to open up? Good evening. Good to see you.
I'm just resident.
Just give us your name, place of residence.
Yes, okay. Pamela Garcia, 530 King Avenue, 30606. I'm just coming here to speak on behalf of this great project. As a local Athenian, my family grew up in a mobile home park. It allowed us an opportunity to then purchase homes for my family and then as well as for us as my parents' children. This actually, all of this between Pinewoods and Country Corners will provide about around 300 additional affordable housing options for families, as well as provide basic, community, I think you guys called it domestic water access, as well as the fire hydrant issue, as well as, which you guys will get to, the septic taking them away from septic and giving them sewer access in Country Corners, which I think is just a great opportunity for most people. Again, this really speaks to the families that I happen to interact with so much in my career, but many of our families, provides stable housing for children in our community so that they can continue at the same school as well throughout their career. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Any other public input tonight? Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Mike Warren. I am, the applicant. I'm involved in the ownership and the management at Pinewood Estates and Country Corners. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Our project, as most of you are aware, has received a lot of public commentary over the last number of months, primarily due to the fact that we have miserable water lines. And so we take that issue very seriously. We've been working on this for a while, trying to figure out what the right solution would be. We've come up with what we think is the best solution for our residents, and we're excited to get going with this. But as Jeff pointed out, we'll spend about $1.6 million on this, and those were not funds that we had anticipated. We've never seen water lines like we've seen at Pinewood Estates. Country Corners was built roughly about the same time period. For every water leak we have at Country Corners, we have 36 at Pinewood. So it's a big problem. We have a good solution. We're going to get it taken care of. So I'm here if you have any other questions about it, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Appreciate it. All right. Go ahead and move to Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you. This has been a long time coming. I want to go on record. I'm very passionate because I used to live in Pinewood when it was Trail Creek. So there's some love there. I've been working with the I guess y'all not even new owners now. You've been there for a minute. But I have done as much as I could possibly do to educate my fellow commissioners on manufactured homes. They are not, the negative stereotypes has caused affordable housing to slow down. I don't know if Benny Coleman was here, and he had been advocating for manufactured homes. And I tried to explain about the zoning and all the hoops and loops. I've even been a little bit mad at staff because we had taken so long, but our last meeting, the light went off. I was trying to push housing, and before you could do housing, you got to make sure there's safety. not just with the dark water, which they have inspections every week, but the fire hydrants. That should have been something that was installed when I lived in Pinewood. I'm not going to say much today. I'm just so glad that we've gotten to this point. I do plan on probably having more to say next month, but this is a long time coming. It does what we want. It creates affordability. I know that Mike and his crew have jumped through every hoop that they had to jump through. And I have reached out to every commissioner at one time or another to make sure when this came before you, you didn't have to stutter about it. And I'll still follow back up. So I will be supporting this unless something really crazy happens. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see this moving forward to get the folks out there proper water and sewer service. I know it's been a huge problem for a long time, and those folks have really been suffering. I'm curious what the timeline is on at least getting that infrastructure to the existing homes, should this project get approval.
You want to hear from the applicant?
Yeah, that would be great.
We've been told by the contractor to expect it to be done by the end of the year,
This year?
by the end of this year.
Great.
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything else? All right, we're going to move on to the last planning and zoning item, number 20, right up the block.
All right, right next door, Country Corners Mobile Home Park. This is a special use request in the AR zone and also in the commercial rural zone, so we have some split zoning here. The ask is for 169 additional pads to the existing Country Corners mobile home development. Aerial view just to the north of where we were looking at a second ago. Some photographs of the existing development condition. Future land use would not change. Zoning would not change. Environmental areas are consistent with what we saw before, where you have Trail Creek extending. This is a project where presently sanitary sewer is what's needed to be installed. Water service, public water service is available in Country Corners, but they are still working on getting onto public sanitary. And that sanitary sewer line is immediately adjacent and on the property line coming up from Pine Woods. And the applicants are already working on plans to make that connection. Here is the layout of the expansion. This would become the binding plan associated with the special use permit. As before, the heavier line weights show you where the new pads would be located. In this instance, you see a lot kind of up towards Highway 29, but you also see a handful of sites that are back towards the creek on the west side of the property, on the left side of the screen. Comparative map showing you the relationship between all the requests. Some more photographs to give you context of the new areas that would be redeveloped. Partially compatible with the comprehensive plan, again, largely for the reasons we discussed prior. We are looking at consistently redeveloping this community with similar types of homes, working with affordable opportunity. And the challenge here is we're still looking at undeveloped land rather than redevelopment of existing developed land, but it is in close proximity to that existing development. We feel like that's important. Some of those new units coming in. The bottom image is perhaps the strongest of those three to kind of show you what we're getting. More images. Same analysis as before. This is why we have a special use request here. There would be 351 total pads across 68.7 acres. So very similar to the ratio that we had with Pine Woods. In this case, that's 5.1 per acre. Again, we're talking about 8 per acre is what's allowed by code for a mobile home park, so still under that density. And we have the same plans that are that have been adopted that have similar goals that this project addresses. In this instance, the special use analysis was found to meet all the criteria by the Planning Commission. And their recommendation is for approval with 3 conditions. 1, stormwater management and treatment facilities must be provided per Transportation and Public Work Department comments. Applicant's aware of this. Applicant has, again, already started working on those design details. They're just not at a level that we would see with a smaller site with a special use. Sewer access has to be provided with adequate spacing between those utility lines per Public Utility Department comments, another thing the applicant is aware of. And third, similar statement from Pinewood's, domestic water service for all new and existing residential pads shall be designed and approved by Athens-Clarke County, bonded or installed, and accepted by Athens-Clarke County prior to permitting for any units on new residential pads in those expansion areas associated with the special use request. And that concludes the staff report.
Thank you, Bruce. All right, any public input on this side?
Yes, Jeff Carter, 1010 Commerce Drive in Bogart. I'm just going to continue my previous comments on Pinewood because a lot of these obviously overlap. The traffic study still applies. The only difference is the water in Country Corners is already connected to public water. So that is a big difference between the two. I was really surprised. I just wanted to share this with you. The owners here are really hands-on if you haven't figured that out. They're not, you don't have somebody management that's way down the line in some big corporate structure. I mean, seemingly Mike Warren is always there because he calls me all the time from the park. So he really does. He's very hands-on. They've hauled 100 tons of debris removed from these parks, 100 tons. Over 1,200 old tires. And I just thought that was just, there's no telling how many years this has been collecting, but it's just to prove a point that they're serious about redeveloping these areas. And so appreciate your support. Be glad to try to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Any other public input?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make a point about the nature of the affordable housing that we offer. It's not for everybody. We have 451 homes in the 2 parks right now. We have 3 vacant. That's less than 1%. Tremendous demand for this type of housing. And so this is an opportunity for the county to offer this additional housing opportunity in an area where it's already there. Parks aren't going to go away. And so I just think it's a great opportunity to go and build on the land that we already own that probably should have been zoned for this type of use originally, but it was part of, Clark County's not unique. We do this type of business in many locations, and so every municipality has a strategy for dealing with manufactured housing. And so they make it as hard as possible to expand. I understand that. There's not a great history associated with the way a lot of these parks and these communities have been managed. We don't think it has to be that way, and we're committed to changing that. 80% of our residents pay under $600 a month in rent. 80% of them own their homes, and the value they have associated with their houses is tied to the condition of the park. So to the extent that we're making these improvements, we're putting them on sewer, we're improving the water lines, we've got a tree management plan in place, we've repaved roads, just on and on. We've spent over $2 million in capital improvements in the 2 parks already. And so we knew that was coming, and we planned for it, and we were happy to do it. The $1.6 million on the water lines was not anticipated. So we think that this solution to expand the parks is the best way for us to underwrite the cost associated with this work.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Anyone else here tonight?
Hello, Pam Garcia,
530 King Avenue. The one thing I did want to comment on was what these two parks offer to our community, as well as not just affordable housing. The owners have actually invested in giving back to our residents in these areas. So there are actually 3 sites that provide supports for our children. So the Pinewoods Library is located there, as well as we have the Oasis Tutoring Center that is connected to the Catholic Church on campus that provides tutoring for students at J.J. Harris. We provide a bus goes there for that transportation, and then they're able to go home to families who may not be able to pick them up from tutoring at school. It also, last school year, we were able to partner with City of Refuge, who is in Country Corners, and not only are they, of course, doing food distribution, supporting the community, but they also have partnered with us to provide, with the school district, to provide tutoring services in Country Corners as well. So they're also providing 3 amazing resources to our families and our kids, which will extend the opportunity for families in this affordable area.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Anyone else?
Michael McClendon, 201 Hamilton Road, Athens. I just want to echo what I think many citizens feel, and that is a great thank you to Mike Warren for taking the lead to address an issue that has really hampered the ability of many people in Athens to afford affordable homes. And Ovita, thank you very much for what you have done. This has been a problem for Athens-Clarke County for 2 decades or more. And right now, you've got the opportunity to take action to approve this with expeditious timing, and also for the Athens-Clarke County staff to step on the gas and facilitate whatever needs to be done to accomplish this. I grew up in rural South Georgia when people, including many relatives, truly did have mobile homes. And I've still got one of my cousins that lives now in a very nice manufactured home, which is built to better standards than my townhome here in Athens. So that leads me to my last point I would make. You know, the word mobile home has a very negative connotation to many people, but yet, as Mr. Lonnie cited on one of his charts, the design standard that is being used is manufactured home design standard. I think Athens-Clarke County should strike the word mobile home from its lexicon, from all documents and everything else. And let's start talking about manufactured homes and how best to use those capabilities to fill the gap that we have in terms of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon. Is there anyone else here tonight? Good evening.
Good evening, Tawana Maddox, Pitt Road. And I wasn't going to speak, but I really feel compelled to say thank you to Ms. Ovita and everyone involved. You know, growing up in North Athens, Evelyn Russian and I are very good friends. We actually did a panel recently on the water issues. And so I just want to say thank you, you know, because we have to look out for all people in Athens. And so not only with 19 tonight, but other areas, I feel good tonight that you all seem to be looking out for more vulnerable people in our community. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Maddox. Anyone else here before we move to discussion? Commissioner Thorne?
Well, it just has taken us a long time to get here, and I'm thankful. I am just thankful. But I'm getting mushy here. Let me slow down. Yes, Mike Warren is on that property. I think he got a little mobile home over there that he's at. I drove through there, and he's a talker too. He must have been looking at the clock. He's a talker. I drove through, and he was doing something with somebody. I kept right on going, because I knew if I had stopped, we would have been walking all over that park. He is definitely hands-on, and I do want to say, some people think that mobile homes, that negative stereotype, we've got to get rid of that. But this is a business. This is a business. This is not subsidized housing. This is not light tech fund. These are private businessmen who have been committed to affordability of homes. and it's home ownership, if that's the route that the residents want to take. So this is not government funded. When he was talking about the $1.6 million, that came out of their, they didn't write no CDBG grant to get this money. They put their money into this by their faith, and they put their money and their support for the people who are most vulnerable or who do not have other access. This is what I believe in. I'm excited. I hope it does get completed by the end of this year, and that would be a great celebration for my exiting out. I will also say that I have also included Commissioner-elect Tracy Smith in these conversations. So when she steps in, she'll know and just pick up the ball and run. But this is an exciting moment, and I'm glad from all the people who have come down here fussing and cussing about the brown water. But we're working it out.
Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, thank you. And this is a great project. I do want to know what's the total new manufactured homes we'll have after this project. What's the total, Bruce? You know?
Total in this project or both?
This one and with the new, with the addition and then the new. How many will that give us?
We can email.
Okay.
Yeah, email.
I do want to ask, this is another question for Bruce. I'm so glad, you all know how I feel about infrastructure and expanding out, but I do want to ask, the developer will have to put that infrastructure in themselves, right?
That's correct.
So moving forward with other developers, are we gonna ask them to do the same when the sewer and water is not available? Because I want to make sure we're consistent when we're doing these type of projects.
Yeah, Commissioner, this one's a little bit unique in that, so all the water lines inside Pinewood are all private, connected to wells. And so, and then we did early on, and Commissioner Thornton knows, early on there was exploration of, could we actually partner with the developer to bring public lines into it? And the way the park is laid out, the existing infrastructure that's there and all of those does not lend itself to that. It would actually be problematic in a bunch of different ways. So what they're doing is actually reconstructing the private lines.
Okay.
They'll stay private. They'll connect to public supply. The exception of that will be the fire lines. So the fire lines are going and will be public associated with it. So it's a bit unique because normally you wouldn't have a property that has so much private infrastructure in it already. A little bit different on the sewer. We extended the sewer line some years ago up to serve these properties because they were on ponds that have been, in one case, removed, in the other case, will be removed. That was all public cost. That was not done at the private cost. Now, there were some exchanges in connection fees, and you all will likely see a request for a waiver on connection fees tied to the water lines coming up in the near future on this as well. So just a little bit different in that regard. You know, typically we would, for private development, private developers put their own infrastructure in.
Right.
You know, we may extend a public line nearby. The example of the affordable apartment project you just saw, they will be extending at their cost the extension of that sewer line to it, even though it will eventually be a public line. So just a little bit different in this case because of what was already
And the only
there.
reason I bring it up, because sometimes in development, if it's not a sewer connection, they're putting septic tanks. So I just want to make sure that we're just consistent across.
Yeah, it is. I mean, for somebody who came into the community and saw this, it was a bit surprising, honestly, that sewer lines have been extended so far up into this area, but that was done years ago in order to accommodate the fact that we have these mobile homes here and that they were really on substandard conditions to get around what you're talking about.
I just want to make sure, you know, we're consistent with those. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, so from what I understand, it's really, really difficult to do mobile homes or manufactured housing in Athens. And as part of our affordable housing initiatives that are going through the planning department, that's one of the things that's being addressed, how to loosen up our code a little bit. I mean, you're right, there is a stigma attached. My mother-in-law lives in a mobile home in Southwest Georgia. My grandparents who lived in a teeny tiny mill house on the outskirts of Pittsburgh were able to buy themselves a summer home in South Carolina, a couple miles inland from the ocean, and it was a mobile home. It's truly an affordable housing option, and they used to be plopped down in backyards throughout Athens. There's one directly behind my house. The house behind my house has a mobile home in the backyard. I think they mainly just use it for storage, but it was a thing. There's another one 2 or 3 blocks away from me, a block or so off Boulevard. And there's a huge movement. The whole tiny house movement is not about tiny houses on foundations, you know, attached to existing infrastructure. It's the tiny house on wheels movement that are effectively tiny mobile homes. And, you know, Bruce and I have had some long discussions about these and how we can accommodate those non-traditional housing options even within our neighborhoods. But, you know, we can't even seem to get ADUs right. How are we ever going to bring in these more mobile options into our neighborhoods? So I'm hoping we can continue this conversation and, you know, address the nuances that we need to address, because we certainly have issues with the student housing market swooping in and overtaking these options and making them unaffordable. But I feel like we really need to focus on the means of encouraging this kind of housing for our regular working folks who need a place to live in town, in Athens, you know, and maybe that means, you know, plopping these in backyards, you know, and being that they're mobile, it also means that they're not necessarily permanent. So if there is an issue, they can be moved. So yeah, I'm hoping we can really get into the nuances of that conversation and loosen things up a little bit to bring some additional housing even to our in-town neighborhoods.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah. So, you know, first, this is a great project. I think mobile homes are a great option for housing. My parents lived in, well, this is their first official house as homeowners, was a manufactured home over in District 9. And so I had something that I wanted to read. I mean, it's from Evelyn. She's not able to attend today because of an emergency, but she said that we've waited 20 years for a resolution to the issues of our Pinewood community. We shouldn't be in this predicament, but fortunately now we have a new owner committed to improving our community, and we have a chance to resolve the water issues. So let's seize the opportunity, and on the behalf of the Pinewoods community, we urge you to support this project. I am watching from my phone, and I have shared the link with the rest of the community, so we are all watching. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, and thank you to those new owners, because this has been a long-term problem, so that's appreciated, as well as the work of Commissioner Thornton and others in the community activists who have pushed forward, so I'm happy on that. Now I just need a little basic education for myself so I don't go around off not understanding. When I'm reading the application, it talks a lot about home pads, manufactured home pads, that'll have this many pads. So does that actually, so I'm just trying to figure this out in my head. Is there other pads and then the homes are separately? That's a whole other transaction? How does that work?
As far as the transaction goes, I'll defer to the applicant, but the pad is essentially a site. You don't have lots, so there's no lot lines. So each pad is a site for a
right.
Right.
So then so we're approving that, but then as a business, how do the homes get there? I need help with that.
Yeah. So we're a dealer. We're a licensed dealer. We buy the homes at manufacturer's cost, okay? So we bring the homes in and put them on the pad.
Mm-hmm.
The pad is essentially comparable to a lot, but because, as Bruce said, because they're not separately platted, it's called a pad.
Okay.
And so we put the homes on there. It costs about roughly between $20,000 and $30,000 to get the home set. and we underwrite that, and then we sell the home to the resident, and we sell the home to the resident at our cost, plus the cost to set it up, plus $2,000. So the $2,000 is basically paid out to our staff. It's like a bonus. So we're providing the housing at the lowest possible price point that we can. And so the resident has the opportunity. We have a financing structure. I think Jeff mentioned it's a lease-to-own program. It's basically a financing structure. A lot of our residents, most of them probably couldn't go to a bank and get financing, but if they can, I mean, they're open to do that. But we underwrite that. They can own the house in 12 to 15 years.
So do most people do that, or are there some people who just lease without lease to own?
Well, we don't do straight-up leasing. We want the resident to feel like there's a path to home ownership that they can see. It's not a 30-year, or 25-year mortgage. So they can see that. We have some residents, we had one 2 weeks ago, they came in and paid cash for the house. They just paid for it.
So this is just, again, for me, my education going
Right.
forward on future ones. So you do that, and you're adding 2,000 on there. How do you all make money in the end? So if I want
I'm
to
not sure yet.
Oh,
We're still trying to figure that out. The opportunity is to increase the rent, the gross rent in the park. And so adding the lots is a key part of that. But, obviously the big part right now is we got to figure out how to underwrite this $1.6 million. So
Commissioner, and I think I have this correct, Mr. Warren, in a park of this sort, the owner, whether you're still paying on that kind of 15-year note or whether you've paid it off completely, then pays a rent for the split.
right, so it's the
Right.
rental of the property. It's a sort of that.
that's
Right.
right. The
Okay.
resident
Yeah.
they have a home payment and they have a lot rent payment.
Okay.
Those are bundled together. And the cumulative of the two is going to be slightly under the market for 3-bedroom apartments. So we watch that, to try to make sure that we're offering a competitive price point.
So if you're having the home you pay it off after 15 years, that's when you're it's like paying off your mortgage and you still have the
Exactly.
other things to pay,
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Any others? All right, we're going to go ahead and take about a 10-minute break. We'll be back in our seats at 8:35.
thinking
Go
that.
ahead and get going again and tackle old and new business. And so, first item is to get any public input on old and new business. And we had several items removed from the consent agenda. So now is the time to speak to 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 15, and 21 through 28. Again, that's 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 15, and 21 through 28. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Commission. I'm Aaron Redmond. I live at 125 Crestview Circle. I'm with the Athens in Motion Commission, and I'm here to promote the updated Athens in Motion Plan as a roadmap for better transportation decisions for Athens-Clarke County. It is important to understand what this plan is and what it is not. It is a plan, not a mandate. It does not require the county to build every project identified, fund every recommendation, or commit the mayor and commission to a particular design. Individual projects will still require future decisions about scope, cost, funding, and implementation. The projects identified in the plan were developed by ACC staff based on community input, traffic, and crash data. One message has remained consistent through from when the original plan was adopted in 2018, and that's that safety matters, and concerns about transportation and safety have only increased. The Athens in Motion Plan addresses transportation improvements for all users, motorists, pedestrians, transit riders, bicyclists, people with mobility challenges, with safety as a central emphasis. The 2018 plan has demonstrated the value of having a roadmap. Projects such as the Firefly Trail and sidewalk improvements in and around Winterville have improved connectivity and transportation options. In particular, Prince Avenue project has also shown how implementation can evolve. Pilots and incremental improvements allow Athens to test designs, learn from experience, and spread investments over time. The updated plan will also connect the dots across governments. Local, state, and federal agencies can better align infrastructure investments when Athens has a clearly defined priorities. Within the county, transportation projects can be coordinated with planned water, sewer, and other utility work, saving time and money, reducing disruption, and avoiding repeated road work. The updated plan identifies larger projects and corridors, including Hawthorne Avenue, Millage Avenue, and Danielsville Road, that need long-term guidance. Including these projects does not mean approving construction today. It means recognizing transportation and safety needs so that staff can study alternatives, coordinate with other agencies, and pursue funding and bring future decisions back to the mayor and commission. The updated Athens in Motion Plan gives Athens direction without taking away your discretion. It helps us plan, coordinate, prioritize, and invest wisely while responding to what our community has consistently told us, that safety and connectivity matter. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redmond. Good evening.
Good evening. Tawana Maddox, Pitt Road. I'm here for item number 26, the ARPA funding recapture. Destin Incorporated, we are asking for an additional $40,000 to be used for our fall session. And we are grateful for the opportunity to support young people from our community. Read to Succeed is more than reading. It connects learning to community, culture, and purpose. Our secret sauce includes highly qualified educators with doctorates and certifications in reading, special education, and English as a second language. Deep community roots, strong partnerships with individual community members who support youth development, especially for those who may not have access to opportunities at this level. And most of all, the meaningful relationships that we have with our parents. We take a holistic, hands-on, and hard-working approach. We had two goals during this funding cycle. The first goal was to improve student reading outcomes, and we met this goal. During the 2025 school year, the summer 2025 reading program, and the summer 2026 reading program. These expanded learning opportunities have provided students with consistent, targeted reading instruction designed to improve literacy skills and academic achievement. Based on our parent surveys, assessments, and report cards, 0 students slid or went backwards. Several have had some challenges because they are 2 or 3 grades behind, And we are working very hard with them and their parents to make sure that we can help them move forward this school year. During the summer program, literacy instruction serves as the foundation of each day and is complemented by enrichment experiences that support the whole child. Following daily reading instruction, students participate in social emotional learning, STEAM activities, and structured recreational activities designed to develop leadership skills, build self-confidence and self-awareness, encourage teamwork, and promote positive peer relationship. Together, these academic and enrichment opportunities create a well-rounded learning environment that supports students' educational, social, and emotional development. And our second goal was to strengthen youth mentors' leadership and employability skills. And with that, we were able to provide consistent coaching and mentoring, including guidance on classroom management, positive intervention, and corrective behavior. Ongoing feedback, modeling, and support was part of our daily routine.
Thank you,
So
Dr.
we
Maddox.
thank you all for your consideration.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Hattie Thomas Whitehead. I want to talk a little bit about the Walk of Recognition. I want you all to know that we have received wide recognition for working together on the work that we are doing here in Athens around the Walk of Recognition and the Leonardtown resolution. So I want to thank you all for the approval to rename Leonardtown Lane on September the 21st, 2023. I want you all to know that we, the Leonardtown First Descendants, are very, very sincere, and we have deep appreciation for the work that has taken place. Approving the renaming of South Bend Lane to Leonardtown Lane brought a lot of tears, and tears of joy and history. This meaningful action, it was meaningful action for this group to recognize the history and the families and the legacy of Leonardtown, and to ensure that its name will remain a visible part of Athens' history. And the approval of the artwork and the signage will continue to echo this appreciation and how we work together to get this done. It will continue to honor our history, preserve our heritage, acknowledge the past, and give community recognition and historical acknowledgement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas Whitehead. Is there anyone else here to speak to any item of old or new business tonight? All right, we'll go ahead and begin with item 3. I wanted to give management an opportunity to provide a little bit of context for the grant submission.
Sure. So with item 3, there is a request to apply for the low, no emission transit grant to replace buses. We have been in contact with UGA about a cooperative application because those are viewed more favorably from the review committee. And they have shown interest in that. And in our discussions, we actually anticipate that we may submit under their, them being a lead applicant and us being a partner, that may further be viewed well by the review committee. And so between what you see now and what you see on September 1st, there may be a supplementary agreement, will likely be a supplementary agreement to kind of define those roles and responsibilities with the university. At its core, it's still the same thing, which is applying for that amount of money for bus replacement focused on hybrid buses. And so we actually have a meeting between ourselves and UGA administration tomorrow to discuss.
Thanks for that update. I appreciate it. Any questions about that? We'll leave this on. Well, we'll leave it on discussion because we'll probably be getting an amended agenda reports. All right, I think the next item up for discussion is number 5. This was the comprehensive performance audit of emergency management.
I think a bunch of us were.
Yeah, I think a couple folks were interested. So I'll start with Commissioner Link and then move to Commissioner Fisher.
I requested it to come off just because I feel like you know, it's a lot of material, and I know that the general public has a lot of interest in emergency services. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, and I know Kevin's been a busy boy. So yeah, I just think we should leave it off for now.
Commissioner Fisher.
Well, and I appreciate that, Commissioner Lake, but myself and Commissioner Myers, we sit on the audit committee, and just want to, Gavin and team did a great job expanding and talking about emergency management and what it needs to be and what it's going to be as we move forward. I think it's so critical that we have an emergency management department within our unified government, and those things are outlined within this particular audit. Also, we do have a person now that's an emergency, Tyler said emergency management coordinator, but on the state level is emergency management director. So she will be the director. And one thing I talked with the manager yesterday in our one-on-one meeting, a couple things that the community has discussed. I saw those emails too. We are, and we will be in the future. She will have her own space away from the fire department. We will be hiring more staff. And one thing I want, especially Commissioner that's returning, to make sure we look at that budget and make sure that she has the resources to run that department on emergency management level that we need to for a city this size. I'm confident that with the partners that she's going to establish, working with our local partners, working with our state partners and our federal partners, that we're gonna have in my opinion, have one of the best emergency management department within the state of Georgia. But we're on the way to do that, and as you all know, I have always advocated that department need to be separated from the fire department, and we appreciate Chief Moss, handing the reins of that. But now we do have a person in place. We will be hiring more people, and we will be staffing up to a level where we can be proud of our emergency management. And I hope we never have to use that department, but it's always good to have that in place if we have a disaster in place. And Gavin's team, they spelled it out, what disaster means, what the event means, or what the incident means. So all those things are spelled out. I do encourage all my colleagues to read it. I told Gavin I finally read through it, and they did a great job. I didn't have the opportunity to read it when we have our audit committee meeting, but I did read it over the weekend. There's good stuff in there, and we really need to just be mindful what's in there. And I hope my colleagues can support this as we move forward to vote on this in September.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I, echo what Commissioner Fisher says. Once again, it's a really excellent audit here. I think one of the things we discussed last week for those of us, I don't know what we call the committee of the committee to who's met with our different charter officers, really discussed leaving the audits or leaving them on the main agenda, not putting them on the consent agenda, so that the auditor could take a minute to give a 2-minute overview of them, because there's to draw attention to what the auditor's office is doing. They really deserve attention, and the community needs to be knowing that this kind of work and close analysis is going on. So I don't know how that would happen, whether or not the mayor-elect, the manager, how you would work with that, but I would like to just bring that as a suggestion again that we brought up during last week's meeting. Also, as Commissioner Fisher said, I really, there's ways to get, it's a long thing, but it's a very helpful document, and the suggestions, I'm not sure what the phrase is, but the suggestions and the manager's responses are particularly important to look at, and in this case, they're going to be particularly important to look at as we go into next budget season on this. And I think, for me, it was also very helpful looking at the comparable emergency office setups and responses that other communities have, just to, it's something like the fire department. We want to have the top department we don't want to ever have to use them, but we want them to be the top and ready to be the top in times when we do need to use them.
Commissioner Davenport.
Yes. I'm halfway through it, Gavin and Audit team. There was a lot to read over the weekend. But just want to give kudos to how it's laid out is for the audience and the people in the community. It's really easy to read, it's understandable. But I look forward to, hopefully by Monday, finish reading it, and just want to thank y'all for your hard work.
Get Commissioner Johnson and then Commissioner Wright, and then just ask Auditor Hassemer to provide any details he would like to highlight.
I just wanted to clarify, Commissioner Link, you asked for it to stay off consent so you could read it, and I agree. I think no one's saying it's not positive or not going to be approved, but I think it is important to read. And if there's questions, if it's on consent, we tend to just vote. So I appreciate that recommendation because I've not finished reading it either, and I would like to get through it.
Commissioner Wright.
I just want to make sure that with the great audit that's in there, that we don't miss that we also have the work plan for FY26 in the agenda report. So I suspect once we vote for it, we'll get those extrapolated in a PDF. But at this point, there's a lot in there and more.
Auditor Hassemer, is there anything that you'd like to highlight from the report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all the commissioners. And I certainly agree that regardless of whether this is on consent or off consent, it's perfectly fine with us to highlight the work that the office does. Real quickly, 2 minutes, I was prepared to talk about this at the request of some of the commissioners last week. I will just cut to the chase a little bit. In total, there were 7 findings that our staff came up with, and of those 7 findings, they resulted in about 19 recommendations, which I'm happy to report that management has agreed to 95% of those 19 recommendations. I will say that of those recommendations, of those 7 findings, Commissioner Fisher had touched upon a couple of those items in the fact that we feel it's important. Whether or not ultimately this program ends up as a division or department is certainly up to you all as a commission. We do think from our standpoint that it's important for it to at least have its own dedicated budget. There is a cost center currently in the fire department's budget. However, it doesn't give an accurate portrayal of the costs associated with the program. It mostly covers staff compensation, a little bit of equipment and training, but there's also some back and forth amongst other cost centers within the fire department. And the department is aware of that, and I think everyone's on the same page as far as trying to separate those out to get a more accurate detail of the costs that are annually there. A few other things that were touched upon earlier is to look at staffing. Right now, it is a program of 1. There is a concern over succession planning that has ultimately been an issue in the past where this program has sort of jumped around from office to department and been amongst multiple individuals. There's also 2 main points that I want to just point out that aren't necessarily findings or recommendations, but I think are important when you look at emergency management within Athens-Clarke County. The first is there is not a dedicated bucket, if you will, for emergency management or for disasters and emergencies. And that's not unusual. It's not to say that we should have $100 million set aside somewhere that just can't be touched until there's a tornado. That's sort of unrealistic. But at the same time, those costs, when they do occur, oppositely, there's no dedicated funding within the departments either. And so those departments, when it comes to overtime, things like that, those come directly out of their line item budgets, and those are typically for services that they otherwise provide to the community and have to make up, or those services are adjusted accordingly. So I think that's a pretty important thing to understand, that when it comes to a disaster or an emergency, funding other than from the federal government will be something that needs to be discussed by this government. The other thing that ties directly to that is the fact that it's a matter of risk appetite for this commission. Essentially, there's a threshold of low risk and high risk, and you as a commission decide where you're the most comfortable on that spectrum. Is it something where a one-person program with, you know, the funding that it currently has is sufficient and that you're comfortable with that? Or is it something where it's a dedicated department, there's funds set aside for emergencies and all kinds of equipment and other things? So there's a wide array of where you can land within that, but that's ultimately where emergency management will land within any government. And that's something that we hope this audit has at least helped you in a decision. So thank you.
Thanks for that, Gavin. I appreciate that. Anything else? All right, we're going to move on to item 6, and again, that'll stay off consent. Item 6 is the Continuum of Care Homeless Assistance Grant Application. Commissioner Link, you asked that this be removed?
Yeah, I wanted to remove this one and then the following item, just for a brief discussion to let the public know that we are seeking funds and we are, you know, desperately trying to address our homelessness situation. It's my hope that, you know, we get these funds, and that we can also dedicate some of them to a proper day center. You know, we had a long meeting last month talking about homeless folks downtown and the idea of, you know, possibly arresting them for impeding the sidewalk or sleeping in public. And I'm of the mind that we have no business coming up with an ordinance like that if we don't have any place to send folks. And if we can offer an appropriate place for these folks to hang out and get a little rest and, you know, get a little food and possibly get access to services if necessary during the day, you know, that maybe we can make a little bit of progress, because quite literally, you know, they don't have anywhere else to go. So I'm hoping that we can secure these funds and start to address our homelessness issue on multiple fronts. I had a meeting with the returning director of Bigger Vision last week, and it was really enlightening, and you know, they have hopes and dreams of expanding and meeting the needs of their clients more and making room for more clients, because there certainly is a need for more beds.
Commissioner Fisher?
Yeah, thank you. I do want to ask Ms. Lloyd a few questions about our grant writing and application. When we submit our grant application, do they ever ask us for data for how we doing as a community to deal with our homeless population? And
Sorry.
that's okay. How we're doing, what our outcomes, what our input, what have we done as a community to help our homeless population. So in those grants, and the reason I ask, because I know when I looked down at the history, there are some grants that we had tried to get and we didn't get them. So I'm just trying to say, when y'all do y'all grant writing, whenever they do the grant writing, all those type of things asked or required of.
Yes, sir, absolutely. The more data that we're able to show and use as support for why we need the funds, the more likely we are to be awarded for those funds. Now, the COC application is a little different because typically that process is more renewal competition. For us this year, we actually are applying for 3 new projects.
Right.
So that's pretty competitive, but we do have the data. So every year at the end of the COC grant years, we have to submit annual progress reports, which are their performance reports. And those are reviewed against the data that we use from our PIT and our HIT count that we do annually, from reporting criteria, even from agencies that aren't receiving COC. So it is very heavy data.
And that brings me to the one about the youth one then. I don't know, and maybe there is, I don't know what we're doing locally except for the school district with the youth homeless one that we're looking at. So I'm anxious to see, did we send the school information for that? get that particular grant, for that $1 million grant that we're trying to get?
They submitted a letter of support for that
So the
application.
school did?
UGA, the school district,
Okay.
several different entities submitted letters of support for that
Okay.
application.
Okay, and who would, if it's awarded, who would, so HCD, who administer that and?
Due to a glitch in the
saw
eSNAP's
that.
application system, we technically should not have had to apply for that youth application, but we could not give over our lead agent status for the Athens Homeless Coalition to be able to apply themselves. So because we are applying, we will accept the grant. We will manage it just like we do all of our other funded sources that come directly through us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Davenport and then Myers Johnson.
Yes, thank you. So, Ms. Lloyd, you mentioned data. Can we get some of that data?
You can have whatever you would like.
I want it all.
Would it be helpful, Commissioner, just to see the grant application?
Can I actually wrote it down exactly what he's asking for.
Yeah.
I've already done one open records request. I'm happy to do several more.
Is it
Not a
on the
problem.
dashboard or is like?
No, we
electronic?
we don't place the actual agent
Okay.
applications, but we do have them, and I'm happy to send them. It's not a problem at all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll get around to everybody. I've got Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to see this, and actually, item 6, 7, and 8 that are all for grants to work with or help our homeless population. One thing that stuck out to me, and it's not particularly to number 6, but it was to the pathway to removing obstacles. I'm sure the same thing is true here, and it's actually what I was thinking about with the LIHTC application that we saw earlier, because, I mean, that depends on getting those credits, and there's a lot of people applying for them. And one of the things I noticed was on the pathways to removing obstacles to housing grant acceptance, which was a big federal fund. It sounds like a lot, but this is only $50 million spread across the country, and the awards have to be either $5 or $10 million, which we're like, it's like there's 20 communities max that could get that money.
Correct.
And as we know, the issues with our unhoused population are ones that communities across the country are facing. So I just want to thank you for putting these in here, but also for us to be aware of how much competition there is for a small amount of funds.
You're welcome. We are seeking every funding opportunity available to bring in resources to the county to solve our affordable housing and our homeless concerns.
Commissioner Johnson.
Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I have several questions, and I want to start by just saying I'm not comfortable with the grant, and I'm not comfortable with an open-ended authority of spending and applying and actually reapplying, and I'm not comfortable with that. But I jotted down some notes, and I'll just read through these. So based on this agenda, it's just an agenda. We can't evaluate the project quality or effectiveness because we have no details about the project. We usually receive, and I think this answers Patrick's question, individual project applications, project budgets, scoring sheets, rankings, service descriptions, performance measures, prior year outcomes. I would expect all of these things. The application, the COC plan, and
May I respond very quickly?
yes, sure.
The COC application is much different than the CDBG in the home. In this case, this is where the continuum of care comes in as the overarching entity that makes those decisions for the continuum of care, because that's what the COC grant is. So they are the ones that actually review the applications. They are the ones that make the recommendations, place them in the tiers, and then we bring this forward for you to review for funding. But we don't actually, usually, we provide summaries of apps, but we don't ever actually provide the applications for any of our agents because they're usually quite robust. And you'd have an agenda that would be 200 pages if that were the case. So we try to provide you with summaries. But again, because the COC application process is different, we just bring forward what the continuum of care is recommending.
Is that the governing board you're referring to?
Yes.
The continuum, okay.
Yes. Which is their role as far as HUD's concerned in this process.
Okay. And who's on, like, the governing board, is that an appointment or is that staff recommendation?
That is decided by the continuum of care. That is
Oh,
independent of
the coalition.
HCD and ACC Gov.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that on page 3, I'm looking at the math. So the total comes to, it sums $1,269,892, but the request is for $943,000.
This comes up every year.
Yeah,
So
it's
we
not
have to
in
add
here where the difference is.
2 projects that are actually managed by the state, by DCA, but they're a part of our continuum of care. So we have to include them in our annual application review process, but we don't actually submit their applications to HUD. The state does. So it can be confusing. We're only submitting for 503 ourselves as our continuum of care, the 900 and something thousand. The other remaining balance is being submitted by DCA to HUD.
Would you mind adding that detail, because that's important? I was looking for the other 358,000, but one would say the math is wrong if that explanation you just provided, which is clear, is not in here. I don't need
think it's in there,
details.
but it might not be as evident. So I'll make sure that we clarify that. So it's really like boom, right there.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I didn't see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when it comes to there is for housing homeless, there are 3 agencies listed, but on page 3, number 6, it only lists 2. ABHS and Family Promise.
They have 2 grants. ABHS is 2 grants.
But there are 3 different agencies listed for homeless, to provide the same thing.
So what we're applying for this year, Advantage Behavioral Health typically has had 3 grants. Project Safety has had 1, and Family Promise has 1. This year, we're applying, ABHS is applying for 2 grants, Family Promise is applying for 1, Sparrow's Nest is applying for 1.
Okay, I was confused because it said renewal.
Yeah, because
But so the Sparrow's
they're
Nest-
renewing we're renewing 2 existing contracts, or we're renewing 2 existing programs, and reallocating funds, asking for new programs. So they're not applying this year for the 2-unit or the 23-unit. They're asking to transition that money into an entirely new program.
Okay.
Which means they're only applying for their 5-unit, and Family Promise is renewing their application for their transitional housing and emergency shelter program.
And Project Safety decided not to renew?
They have decided they don't want to renew.
Okay.
Once their FY 2025 contract expires, they're done.
Okay, thank you. Also, let's see here. So I have contradicting, and I'm sorry, it was more diplomatic,
okay.
but at the bottom, 10B, it says there's no match, and then it says 25% match.
So
I get it, but
there's no match for HCD's planning and admin grant that we're applying for. No, I'm sorry. There says no match where?
B says ACC Gov has no cash match obligation. The planning grant, if awarded, requires 25% match. I get it, but I do this every week. So I was just saying, just make the language a little clearer.
Got it.
That's all.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Thornton.
No problem.
I guess the youth homeless system improvement grant, is that new?
Yes, it is a new grant that the HUD put out this year. I don't know that anybody was really expecting it, and it kind of came out quickly. But it does they've been trying to focus more each year on funding for the youth, but the problem is that there's not really a good system in place to capture as much data or the resources available specifically for those age ranges. So what this funding allows them to do is actually determine what is the need, what are the resources, and then being able to create a system that connects those.
And the pathway to removing obstacles, is that new?
No, we applied for that last year.
But we
weren't awarded.
So you have the capability to send us the actual what's going to be submitted? Is that, did I hear that earlier?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would also say when we send that to you, I think we should also send you the link to the notice of funding opportunity, because what you'll see, using the youth one, for example, it's pretty explicit, it's pretty narrow in what you can actually fund with those programs. And so, unfortunately, that one is 86 pages long, but those are the sort of call for proposals.
Yes.
And I think it'll be important to have that link so that you all see that as well. Some of the language you see in there where there were some emailed questions about it, it's because that's the language that HUD uses, and so we have to actually replicate that language. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson?
Going back to that spreadsheet at the bottom of page 3, I had a quick question. Was there any information or context that you received to justify the amounts, like did they describe the program, and specifically the transitional housing? I find it incredibly challenging to put a number on that without saying to serve 25 people for 24 months. You get what I'm saying?
Our COC has a specific amount of money that we can apply for. And then when you have a renewal application, you can only apply for the amount that you received the year before. So that's very specific. So when ABHS decided to combine its 23-unit and its 2-unit money, they had to use those two totals to ask for that new program.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Assistant Manager Saunders?
And if I just might share about the Advantage Behavioral New program, as I understand it, what they're proposing to do is take money that they had in unit-based vouchers and move that into services that would be offered in the mental health facility that we're building with our SPLOST dollars that'll open up this year. So
That is
that
correct.
would ensure that those people have kind of on-site resources. And I'll be blunt, I specifically asked Melinda about some of those line items because what I wanted to be sure of is that we were using it in resources that help people and not somehow being compensated for the building itself, and that is correct.
Okay.
Anyone else on 6?
Yeah,
Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, I'm on 7.
All right. Well,
So I'll just wait.
anybody else on 6? 6 back on consent?
No.
No.
We need to get some information.
Sure.
Well, it's also important to note that we have not submitted that application yet. There was a court order that vacated the FY 2026 COC NOFO. So that application process is on hold right now. So we're pushing it through just to go ahead and get approval so that when it does, or when they do give us guidance and tell us if we can apply, we're ready to do so as quickly as possible. But right now, we're kind of in limbo with this money.
Commissioner Taylor, you had a question specific to the youth homeless system improvements?
Yes, so just I guess a procedural and implementation question. So if rewarded the 825, will you come back to this body to put out RFPs for programs to apply to receive these funding? Or would it go to like Advantage or?
You're talking about the youth homeless?
The youth, yeah.
No, it's a very specific grant that the Homeless Coalition will use to create a coordinated entry system. So that's not actually a service program.
So it's a system.
It's a system. So we have our coordinated entry system existing.
Right.
What we don't have is one that focuses on that youth component. So this is actually going out, getting our data that we need, collecting it, creating this system, getting it in place so that when more youth money is available in the future, we have a system in place that makes us more competitive to apply for that youth funding.
Okay.
That would then provide the services that you're thinking about.
Okay. 'Cause and the reason why I asked that question, Melinda,
Mm-hmm.
is because I don't want there to be unintended consequences. Like Athens Clarke County now have resources for the youth, and now we see like how we see homeless people that flood to Athens because they think we have resources. I don't want to see like young people thinking like, and then we actually don't have anywhere for them to go. Not like little kids like my baby, but young adults around the
absolutely.
Athens Achieves like age 18, 24-year-olds. And so that's the only reason why, because I feel like
Yeah, no, it's a great question, and that does hopefully help clear it up. This is a creation of a system that doesn't currently exist. It is not a service provision, but what it could do is set the community up for application of future assistance funding that does support that very specific age group.
Okay, thank you.
Doubtless these meetings are a hit on TikTok.
And this is another reason why that notice of funding opportunity is really important, because when you look at it, I mean, it's very explicit. It says they're gonna choose 49 communities across the country, they're gonna award them this money, and it says specifically it is to support them in establishing and implementing a response system for youth homelessness or for improving their existing response system, period.
Period,
I mean, that's,
okay.
so it's just a very narrow focused project, I mean, not project, but announcement.
Commissioner Wright?
I just wanted to see if staff wanted to make a comment, because these are grants we're applying for, and we don't need that information, those details, to be out there and make our grant application less competitive if a competitor gets the details, right? I mean, I'm just saying, if for the people who are asking for the grant application before it's been submitted, please keep it, in my mind, confidential for your reading material, so it doesn't grow and be competitive for other people.
Yeah, we'd hate for
Copying our
anybody to
grant
copy
writing.
and paste our work.
I'm serious, yeah. It ends
No,
up
I
on
mean,
the
really,
AI.
it's
It ends
happened.
ends up in the AI, and some of these
Yep.
grant looks just like ours. Just saying, something to keep in mind.
I don't think hopefully none of the commissioners would do something like that, but I don't even know who to send that information to. So these three grants, so we're asking for $1 million okay. I'm just trying to make sure
Which
that-
one?
Well, right now I'm on youth homelessness.
Okay, thank you.
It's a new program. It's not a new program, it's a new
System.
System.
It's
So we're
an
creating-
addition to the existing coordinated entry system.
So, so this $1 million grant that we're asking for would essentially hire people or create a new system to collect data of people 24 and younger who are homeless. Did I get that right?
Kind of. Not. It would, I do believe they've asked for an additional 1 or 2 positions. They do have existing positions that are running the existing coordinated entry. It probably would, because the onus would be on someone to be doing nothing but collecting. So yes, those partnerships between the Clarke County School District, any maybe child care provider, or foster care system, anything that is working with the youth population between 18 and 24, they would have to create those collaborations, get that data, and figure out what services are all out there to create that coordinated entry system, again, that's very specific to that age group.
So my follow-up is, I just wanna, okay. Whew, Jesus. So, we get this grant, and then this system is created, and that system then creates or shows that, hey, we can apply for more money to actually help these individuals. Do you have any data of the existing program or the money we spent that have shown the amount of people that have been helped with the money that we gave last year and year before?
We have coordinated
that.
entry data. We have HMIS data that shows how many people entered the system, how many people were sent through coordinated entry with referrals to get access to the services. Yeah, I mean, we have all that.
Is that on the website, or do you have to email?
We don't publish the APRs typically, the annual progress reports.
If it's private, don't publish. But
It's not private, it's just, we don't typically get asked to do it, so we don't. But I mean, it's very easy to provide
Yeah.
if someone wants it.
Okay.
And there are a few, if you look at the information that's in the application when you have it, there are a few, I guess what I would categorize as services that are attached to this. So there's a youth advisory kind of board that's established as well that helps guide this effort. There is also some nominal connection to kind of like job training pieces that's a part of it also. But it really is very limited in what you can do under the funding direction from HUD. So I don't want to, certainly the emphasis is to create that, in effect, to amend the existing intake system to create a new intake system that really is focused on youth, with also these other few additions that set the stage then for hopefully additional funding that will go into those direct services at that point.
Correct.
This program just doesn't allow direct services to be a part of the application.
And that's, oh, Lord, I'm trying to, okay. So that's the thing I'm trying to get at. So I want to make sure that we're getting these funds to help the people, and the outcomes through these direct services afterwards are actually helping people. Because if we're just funding these programs and then the outcomes, like we're not getting the extra additional funds that help these people, that especially the youth.
Commissioner, one thing I would note, I mean, as somebody who managed the McKinney-Vento program for a public school system for several years, is that part of what you need is good data so that you can then understand the nature of the needs. And so if you can better define how that youth population is unique and has some needs that are different than the generalist population that includes 50-year-olds and 70-year-olds, that helps you then say, hey, you know, there are some other funds that either we need to raise or draw, or grants that we need to apply for that are particular to those kinds.
And one further, remember, again, this was a glitch in the system. Technically, we would not be applying for this. This would not be ACC Gov HCD applying for this. The Athens Homeless Coalition should have, had there not been a glitch, been able to apply for this money directly to HUD. Yeah. And it is very likely that future funding for those activities would be applied for by them directly, not through us.
Yeah, I agree.
So, I mean, but it's because they manage the coordinated entry, because that's one of their primary roles in the continuum of care. The more that they can expand on that system to ensure that we're encompassing all needs, the stronger they're going to be. They're building that capacity that's needed to be a more robust continuum of care, which helps us improve or increase the amount of money that's available to us to apply for competitively every year. But it also opens the door for programs, to apply for programs that we're not really ready for right now.
Yeah, so I'm supporting this. I'm just, if the school board has data, if people already in communities are doing the work through the COC, they're tracking these individuals, right? No.
They're tracking them individually. There's no one central system that's bringing all that together so that they can provide that kind of central service hub. So what it is the school district could then be a part of this coordinated entry. So could anyone else that's serving 18 to 24. They could be a part of this coordinated entry. So they would then, just like our homeless providers are putting in the adults into the HMIS system, they could then enter their clients into the system and be a part of that referral system. So rather than them being sporadically everywhere individually, it brings them together. Which is the whole point.
Email, okay. I'm okay, thank you.
That is not as easy as you think.
I agree.
Commissioner Link and then Commissioner Fisher.
I have comments on number 8. I don't know if we're there yet.
Nope, we're still doing 7. Commissioner Fisher?
So, I guess my question is, so we don't, right now, track young people in the system. And the reason I bring this up is, so if you got a parent that's home and they're part of the system, are their children not part of that system too?
No, yes, they are very much a part of the system. What it's saying is that rather than them being considered that this specialized definition of youth, 18 to 24, they're just counted as adults.
Right.
So they're not necessarily being tapped into services that are very specific to that age category. They're just being referred to open referral, service provision that may not be relevant for them. So if they're coming from foster care, this would make sure that they were tapping into every resource available for them as a former foster care individual. So it just gets down more nitty-gritty to very, very specific services that cater to that age group.
Okay.
But we do absolutely, anybody that goes into that system, family-wise, their children, we're getting that data as well.
Commissioner Thornton.
I'm struggling with this because it's a grant, and you would like to get money to do the work. And you said you're really like the front runner for the Athens homeless shelter?
So this NOFO, when it was released, it allowed agencies to apply individually. They did not have to go through their local, the lead agent, which is HCD. Unfortunately, HUD was aware of a glitch in the system. They were not able to fix it before that submission date. So Athens Homeless Coalition asked us if we would be willing to submit this application for them so that it didn't get lost. They didn't want to lose the opportunity to apply for this funding because of a glitch in the system. So they asked us just to step in pretty much by proxy to get this application submitted for them.
I guess my concern is, this is something that I would have expected to come through the Homeless Coalition.
They're not the lead agent. They can't apply
When,
because of the glitch.
okay, but it's still, to me, just like you're doing with Athens Homeless Shelter, the Homeless Coalition could have been that agency, and you still could have been the lead.
They are. Okay, so I know it's confusing. Believe me, it's very confusing. So the two entities are different. The Athens Homeless Coalition is a nonprofit. That is who's applying for this money. They are the ones that received ARPA money to be implemented so they could manage the coordinated entry system. They are running a diversion program, and they are the ones that gather people with lived experience. So that is one entity. The Continuum of Care is the entire continuum. It's all the agencies come together.
I'm okay
They have
with-
their own board. They don't apply for anything.
I'm okay with the Continuum of Care application.
Okay, so the Athens Homeless Coalition is applying. They were unable to apply themselves because of a glitch in the eSNAP system. Otherwise, they would have applied on their own.
Okay. All I'm asking is, with the Homeless Coalition, when we funded that, I thought the Homeless Coalition was going to be that entity that worked with all the agencies that provide homeless services. And to me, it would seem that the Homeless Coalition would be working with you guys.
They're not ready to take that position yet. That's down the road. That's something that we're trying to build them up to taking over.
I have had experiences with people calling me that's on the brink of homelessness. I have come out my pocket to help people. And then what I'm hearing when I call the Homeless Coalition, they're just intake. So if they're just intake, then I'm all confused. But that's what they're telling me. They are just intake. So what are they intaking?
It's a very complicated the COC's always been one of the most difficult things to understand.
I'm not talking about COC.
As far as the lead agent.
I'm not talking about COC now. I'm just talking about
Well, that's what they are. They're a part, they are one entity that's a part of the entire COC. They are the ones that are eventually going to be set up to take the role of HCD as far as applying directly to HUD for the COC funding. They would be the ones responsible for managing that money, but that's down the road. They're not ready to do that. HUD has not deemed them ready to do that yet. But if you look at Atlanta, they have a process that's exactly like what I'm talking about. they're way ahead of us, but that's, our goal is to get to like them.
I'll make an appointment to come visit you because this ain't making no sense whatsoever.
Well, unless they had diversion funds, which are gone. So unless they have specific program funding, they aren't a service provider. They are an intake.
I think that follow-up time will be important, just to kind of lay it out in
I'll
the
follow
org
up.
chart.
I'll follow up.
And again, I think the only thing to really remember in this case is the fact that HUD has issued a call for proposals. It's $1 million, 49 communities. It can only be used for the thing that's actually been described. I would love, probably any one of us, would probably love to be applying for $1 million for direct services. It's not available. This program is very specific in what it can do. That's the application piece. I mean,
Mr. Bob, all money is not good money.
Well,
Okay, and I'm just saying that, we don't chase the money. We should be having some directions before we go, and I'm not clear. That's why I said I would call Miss Melinda afterwards. All money is not good money. Nonprofits shut down every day because they make promises that they can't keep.
and ultimately, you all can choose not to make applications
That's all I'm
for
saying.
it.
I said I will see Miss Melinda.
Commissioner Johnson, did you answer what you had?
No. I have several questions. And a couple of comments. So you made a comment earlier about the coalition's primary purpose is to collect data for all the individual agencies.
That's one of theirs.
Okay, one of their responsibilities, because we don't have it. But 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that was HCD's job. And all the nonprofits' data is submitted to DCA, and by federal law and following the guidelines for grants, it should also come back to HCD.
Only if it's funded with federal money and through us. They're not required to give us data if they're not funded by us and it's not federal.
But as the director of the Housing and Community Development Department, wouldn't you?
I do the best I can.
Wouldn't you want to see the data? Because
we have access to it because we still manage HMIS.
I just thought you said that only if they want to send it to us.
No.
Which are you saying?
Nonprofit agencies that aren't entering information into the HMIS system because they're not participating, we're not getting their data. They have to be participating in that system. And some are voluntarily doing that, thankfully, and we're constantly trying to get any agency that is providing homeless services, regardless of their funding, we're trying to get them all in the system. But some of them choose not to be a part of it. The ones that are receiving federal money are required to enter data, so we have access to that. This would expand beyond those agencies or entities like the school district that are not participating in HMIS to be able to get and collect the data that they have and put it in that system so that we can then funnel them and refer them like they're doing with the adults and the families.
Okay, and so what you're saying is the school district going forward is going to send the Homeless Coalition data?
That's what they've said in their support letter, is they're willing to work with the coalition to get that data and get what the information they need to make this system successful.
Several times you said that this is really complicated, this is really confusing, it's really not complicated.
The COC and the AHC, how they manage can be complicated.
I'm not confused. I get that part. I understand. My questions were critical, but they were valid. I think, in piggybacking on Commissioner Thornton's concern and Commissioner Davenport's question, it's really hard to understand what a $1 million system looks like. And are you able to describe it, or is that solely on the Homeless Coalition because they're going to basically be administering?
I think it would be easier to understand what the system would look like once you see their application, because it gets into that in-depth explanation of what they want to do with it, what they can use it for, and how it can be implemented in a way that sets up for future service assistance.
You know how we go through the planning review and look at the different projects that are coming forward, and we have a developer and we have an owner come up? It would be really nice, again, piggybacking on Commissioner Thornton's concern, that someone from the Homeless Coalition should be standing right beside you and answering these questions, because this is a lot, and it's not on you. And just a technical question, if the commission did not approve the grant, would you withdraw the grant request? How would that work?
We wouldn't withdraw the application. It's already been submitted. We just wouldn't be able to accept it.
Okay. That's it, thanks.
Okay. All right, moving on to item 8, Commissioner Link, question about that one.
Yeah, this is another grant application, and it's called Pathway to Removing Obstacles to Housing. We're applying for $8.5 million. The description of this grant includes planning and policy activities. And I'll just say out loud, like, I feel like one of our major obstacles to affordable housing in many of our neighborhoods is the fact that regular working folks are being out-competed by student housing. And in many ways, that's a policy issue when it comes to our planning policies, our code enforcement. So theoretically, this grant money could be applied to staffing, correct, to help enforce, or develop and enforce policies that might take care of the student gentrification of some of our neighborhoods and open some of those properties up for regular working folks in our community.
There is a portion of the application that's specific to staffing for planning purposes.
Okay, so that's already being, I'd love to see this grant, because I'm curious, you know, about what the vision is. Yeah, I mean, we have a housing strategy, and it includes policy development. We have policies that are presented to us that we shoot down because of the fear of them being exploited by these non-affordable student housing profiteers. I mean, it's a complicated issue, and enforcement is key, and that takes staffing, which takes money. So this kind of money could be invested towards that staffing.
Correct.
Okay, that's good to know. I'd love to see this grant application too. I'm really curious, so thank you.
Anyone else specific to number 8? All right, thank you, Melinda, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see 8 on consent. I had those questions about it.
8 on consent?
Yeah.
Yep. Good for me.
I'd like to pull it. I'm sorry.
Leave it off.
All right, moving on to 15. 15 is the Lindentown Walk of Recognition, signage language, and public art type and style. You can see the kind of script as well as the kind of art in the agenda report. Commissioner Link, you had a question.
Yeah, I do have a question. I mean, this is awesome. This is, it's beautiful, and there's been so much work done by this committee, and I'm so looking forward to seeing the Lindentown community recognized with this piece of public art, which is really cool. I think it's a beautiful piece. The concept is really cool. I have one comment about it. It's a double-sided piece. One side has silhouettes, or I guess you can see the silhouettes from either side, but one side has what would appear to be portraits of folks. And I know this is a conceptual rendering. I'm wondering if the intention is for these portraits to be people who actually lived in Lindentown, or if these are just, kind of generic figures drawn from general imagery, because I would hope that they would be portraits of people who actually lived in that community and were impacted by the destruction of that
Any
community.
staff member aware of whether these are silhouettes based on actual human beings or if they're conceptual?
Yeah, we'll have to follow up with the artist. I'm assuming that they're not, that they're actually just representative, but we'll find out.
I mean, what's depicted here, these folks don't even look contemporary to the Lindentown community. I just think it would be most appropriate that they, looked at some historic photographs, because there are plenty of them out there, and use those to depict these renderings.
The only thing I'd add to, and we can find the answer, the only thing I'd add to that is the descendants group that Ms. Hattie referred to has reviewed and supported the artwork as it's been presented. But we can find out
I'll
what they're
reach out
based
to
on.
Heidi too.
Well, and hot off the text presses, Leisure Services has confirmed that the actual people will be representative from people from Lennon in the 1960s.
Okay, good, that's what I want to know.
Hot off the
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, I'm happy to see that go back on consent.
You did a question, Commissioner
Yeah,
Wright?
I also am very enthusiastic about this, and I'm glad to see that the new realignment of the road over there. My concerns, if staff can get back with me, is if we looked at, it's page 259 in the book, and it's the one that would show it on the sidewalk. I'm very concerned about the image of people interacting with the sculpture be standing in the street. So if we could look at a little safety, maybe a little fencing or something, we don't need people in the street over there.
No, Public Works has kind of looked at
Okay.
the kind of passage. I don't know if you want to
That's
speak to
right.
that.
So when you all approved the concept for the art, it actually involved removing one on-street parking space, bringing that landscape out. So you'll have at least 9 feet of additional depth. And then there will be benches and the sign placed there. So it's actually listed as like a mini plaza.
Okay.
The art will be put there. What you see in the image here was submitted by the artist, and what they were doing was projecting it into current day conditions. But we absolutely will not have it on the
Oh, yeah.
sidewalk or
in
too
the
close to the
Okay.
street.
Well, being the, medical illustrator that I am, I need to give the draft concept idea image, I can let it go and know that it's already been adjusted safely. All right, and consent's good with me too.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, no, I love it, and I love the historical plaque, the wording and everything else. I'm great with that, I'm really impressed. I just want to ask you, because I've seen some people discussing this once again online, I see there's a call for public art for the East Side Athens Library on here. Could someone remind me what people are always saying, oh, there's so many artists in Athens, why isn't it an Athens artist? And I remember there's a reason why it's not just limited there.
Sure, so I believe state law prohibits us from limiting to geographic areas. So we can't say that this construction project is only to Clark County businesses. So we have to model that in our art. Now, one thing that staff have done that has made that is they actually have like an art boot camp that local artists enroll in. They go through a cohort that talks about standards for public art, how you do the bidding, how you do the bonding and all that. And then as a part of that, they are shortlisted into final projects that are some of our public art. And so because that's programmatic, that works, but that's not what has been used here.
Okay, so there's information about that boot camp? I mean, does that happen once a year or something like that?
I'll send it in a Friday report.
Okay, great, I'll look forward to it. As always, those Friday reports are great.
Commissioner Davenport?
Yeah, so, love the artwork, it's beautiful. Will it be lighted, lit? Would it, okay, not lit. And I didn't find this in the report, but like just liability if someone climb that thing and fall off? Okay, never mind. I see a report Friday.
Same as at the playground, I would suppose.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, or any of our public art. It's,
All right.
All right, consent okay with that one? All right, moving on to item 21, old business. No, Commissioner Taylor, you wanted a chance to reconsider this, get some more information. Any questions at this point?
No. Yeah, I'm good with back on consent.
Any questions from anyone else? 21? 21's on consent. All right, 22 is approval of the funding for the Lay Park Playground.
yeah, on that item, it probably does need to be on the regular because the consent has a recommendation for denial. And ultimately, you all had talked about reconsidering it for approval.
I see.
It's probably going to be a lot less confusing to have it on the regular agenda.
That
So that it's
makes
clear
sense.
on what the
All right.
motion is, rather than taking it wholesale.
21 will stay on discussion
We'll leave
for
it
old
on old
business,
business.
right where it is. All right, 22, you see conceptual illustrations of the locations of the new Lay Park Playground, and this has the funding attached to it.
Consent.
Any questions about this one?
Let it roll.
22 consent?
Yep.
All right. All right, 23 is the FY '26 investigative audit of the Elections Department. Auditor Hassemer, do you want to highlight a couple things just to kick us off?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this was a special project as part of the FY '26 work plan that we were able to accomplish over a 2-month period. A little bit different is that this was a fact-finding analysis that resulted in points of risk rather than traditional findings and recommendations. The scope centered around 2 main categories, and that was performance and procurement, as well as compliance and controls. Concerns from staff were prioritized by low, medium, and high-risk rankings. With regard to low, there were 7 topics, 10 points. Medium had 4 topics, 10 points. And high had 2 topics and 2 points. Do want to point out that this was not an audit of the actual elections that occurred. That is something that actually takes place under the state's jurisdiction. This was an audit of our department, basically the day-to-day operations, the staffing levels, and the performance of the people that help make our elections work and that they are what they are. So we just wanted to point out, for purposes of the manager's office who oversees the elections department, any concerns that we were able to find over that period, and the opportunity was there, and we took advantage of the fact that we had an election, we actually had a runoff election, both of which provided great analysis for our team to be able to accurately portray any concerns that we may have had. So happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Gavin? Commissioner Fisher.
Again, this did come in for our audit department. Thank you, Commissioner Wright. For our audit department, again, if you all have not had the opportunity to read this, please do so. One thing I do want to add, I think it's something we got to deal with in the future, though, when we talk about polling locations. I think we really have to look hard at that. I think the school systems probably push it back a little bit about using their space. And of course, I know, the election department does have a board, but again, I think we need to sort of be involved in taking a look as we look at future elections and where our polling place is gonna be put up at, and where those locations are gonna be, especially if we can't go in schools in the future. And again, of course, some of their concerns is security and people coming in and out, so I think it's something we just, as a body, just wants to be mindful of and take a look at as we move forward. So I just want to sort of put that out there when we start talking about polling locations and everything. And just for a caveat, I think both elections, primary and the runoff, went well. And so that's a good thing. And I think we do a really good job locally was handling our elections. So I do want to put it out there for the staff down there, and again, with our audit team for doing a good job. And this was not as comprehensive that we normally do, to Gavin's point, when we look at audits, but again, just sort of capture some of the things that's going on and look at some improvements as we move forward. So yeah, I just want to make that on record, Mayor.
And I just wanted to say also that I appreciate the work that they did, because this was an opportunity as we were going through a change in leadership within the elections department. I asked Gavin if he would present to the audit committee the idea of doing kind of this quick sort of snapshot. Worked really well, and it's helping us then kind of formulate with that new director kind of these changes that we can put in place as we go forward. And much like the emergency management audit, we've already moved things in motion to start the changes that are recommended in there. There's a couple of them that are kind of beyond us, like we would love to have everybody and all the operations consolidated in one facility. That'll have to come with some future funding, but we're able to take some of those other steps as we go forward, so certainly appreciate the work that they did.
Any other questions about this? Consent okay with that one?
Yes.
All right. 24 is the Downtown Development Authority's Community Events Program funding request. This is a cyclical item. This always comes back to us after the approval of our fiscal year budget so that the DDA knows how much of a bucket we're working with. And of course, it's $300,000 now, so you can see the event-by-event allocation of funds here.
Consent.
Consent good? All right. 24 is consent as well. All right, we've got item 25. This is TSPLOST 2023, Project 26, the West Broad Hancock Neighborhood Pedestrian Improvements Program. And so you see the list of items in the agenda report. Questions about this one? Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I'm super excited to see this moving forward. There's a whole lot of little projects throughout the West Broad neighborhoods that are moving forward. We already got our stop sign at Indale and Glen Haven, finally. We've been asking for that for years, and it looks like we're getting the always stop at Rock Springs and Hancock. And some speed bumps are moving forward. I'm happy to see this on consent. I want to thank staff. You know, we did have a neighborhood meeting about this and, you know, had some really good input that was able to kind of tweak the list. And I sat down with staff at a long meeting, and I'm just grateful that we were able to get this list moving forward because it's long overdue.
Commissioner Lake, I think we already got the four-way stop there.
That Rock Springs.
Rock Springs, yeah.
Oh,
It's there.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
They still got the
I
flash.
saw the sign a couple weeks ago.
Right,
I
they
haven't
still
been
got
through
the
the
flash,
intersection
they still have the
recently.
flashing light, but the four-way stop is there.
Yeah, I saw
And
the
it's
sign that it
also
was
on
coming.
Hancock now, too.
Yeah, on Hancock and Rock Springs,
Right,
and
yeah.
there's the one at Glen Haven and Indale.
Right.
That's been a problem for a long time, so
We
that's
better
now
put
4
this
ways.
on consent then.
All right, 25 consent. All right. 26 is our final ARPA funding recapture and reallocation report. I think everybody in the room is grateful that we've come to this point in our ARPA journey. Any questions about this? Commissioner Davenport?
An applicant came up and stated that, I just want to clarify, for Destin, are they asking for 80,000 or 40,000?
They're requesting 40,000.
Okay, thank you.
The Chamber is recommending to pull funding from their existing contract into the Destin contract to increase it.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that that was actually part of the proposal being put forth. It's already in here from the chamber in there. But I did want to check again because some of this is, like, I guess also in here, we are giving permission to like a November 1st or something, what is it, December 3rd, you know, something at some point to say, hey, if there's money that hasn't been spent, you can spend it on fire equipment, or I think that's it. Could you please just address that? So
Yeah, so rather than scramble at literally the 11th hour with over, hopefully what will be pennies at that point, what we're asking for is the ability to say any money that has not been spent at that point will just get swept over into one of the open POs. Most likely that open PO is in fire apparatus. It'll just slide into that category. Again, we're hoping that there actually won't be any to reclaim, that everything will be spent as is anticipated. But just in case it is, we did not believe there'd be enough time to come back and try to figure that out. So. But we will certainly update you on what that is at that time so that you know what it was. But
Everybody okay with consent?
yeah.
All right. Beautiful. All right, at our recent work session, you heard the Athens in Motion 2026 plan update from Transportation Public Works and our consultant partners. Any questions about this? Commissioner Wright?
If we can get the answers to the questions of how many of these were printed and what the printing cost
Oh,
was.
thank you.
And if it's not under the budget of tool design, just let me know whose budget was so generous with this printing.
So I would like to pull it.
we actually believe that it was probably printed in-house, but we'll see.
Okay. So no consent, but we'll get those answers in Friday's update.
Yeah.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I do have some questions on it, and because it's like late, what I'm gonna really do is I'm gonna send them to the manager's office about that. There's just a couple of questions about a road that's been removed or one of the success measures and such. But I'll put them in an email. Some of them are just sort of editing layout things that were confusing, so I'll send that all to you tomorrow.
All right, and final item 28 is a recommendation from the Arena District Steering Committee that Commissioners Culpepper and Wright and I sit on. It had always been the intent of the Arena District to allow us to monetize some public property such that we would be able to repay the bonds for the arena. The funds that will be produced by that district include probably some future ground leases and a special service district. And in this case, the committee is recommending sale of that Kelly Diversified Tract, which is something of an island of a parcel relative to the rest of the arena district.
So I'm sorry.
Question, Commissioner Thorpe?
Yes. So this is the sale, not, I forgot who sent me what.
Transfer.
Yeah, this is a sale.
This be a sale.
Well, this particular tract has already been transferred to the Classic Center Authority.
That's the question.
But what the IGA will do, and it'll come back to y'all for approval, is specify what the use of the proceeds are from the sale, which is gonna be, I believe, for management to use to repay the bonds. And we can say we wanna hold the funds if we want to from the sale, but that's the details. I haven't sat down and talked specifically about the manager's office about what they wanna see in it. But it's my understanding from reading the it's an understanding we're gonna use the proceeds, set them aside to be able to make bond payments.
Yeah, so our recommendation coming to you will be that it actually be placed within a fund category that we have control over that is only dedicated for the purposes of repaying that debt service. Should it become necessary? I mean, there is the possibility that it may not become necessary, but should it become necessary?
Any thought, Commissioner Thornton?
I would like to pull it, that's all.
Okay, yeah. Commissioner Johnson?
This seems, forgive my words, illegally circuitous. I mean, in the sense that with our county-owned property, we can't sell it. I mean, we can't give it, we could give it to a nonprofit to do public good. But this has already been transferred. I think I looked it up, it was in 2023. But now it was like $1, and now they can sell it for profit.
Well, they can't sell it. That's why they're not selling profit. First of all, they have to get our permission under the IGAs to be able to do anything with it. So if you don't want to let them sell it, don't let them sell it. I mean, but I'm the one who came up with the idea in the IGA. I said, no, we need to make sure we control everything that happens with every dollar, and they had no question that the Classic Center there's no misunderstanding. So the purpose of the IGA is to make it very crystal clear that we can say in the IGA, if the manager's office tells me, this ain't a bad idea, the money we put in an account held by the unified government of Athens, Clarke County, Georgia from the sale, and used at the direction of the manager to pay bond payments when they come due, and we can put all kinds of stipulations. That's what I think we should do to protect ourselves. Not to say we have a reason to protect ourselves, but so there's no misunderstanding about what everybody understood regarding these funds.
Wouldn't be paying for a Broadway show,
But
for example.
initially, I will say, when the property was originally transferred, we transferred lots of property, the unified government did, pursuant to intergovernmental agreements, based upon when this project first came to fruition. The Classic Center Executive Director came in and said, and it was understood we didn't have enough SPLOST funds, so we would use the property that we owned around there to develop, like the mayor said, to generate payments. That hasn't gone as well as we hoped it would. But now we got this Arena District Steering Committee, they're coming up with a new plan, and this is the first recommendation. I will say, I haven't been to any of the meetings, I've followed it from afar, but I will say the IGA was my idea, though.
I appreciate that, but anything over $1 is profit. And so I get it that it's going back to, I get the math, that it goes back to protecting, you ready to go home? I'm finished then. I don't have any more comments. I get it. Thank you so much.
No, I was going to say.
People, they're ready to go home.
No, I'm not ready to go. I'm not ready to go at all. What I was going to say is we're also going to make it a bid process too, because of the gratuities clause issue you're talking about, that it'll be put out to the highest bidder. Is there going to be another requirement in the IGA? Because you make a good point, Commissioner Johnson. We have to make sure that we're aware of the gratuities clause and all. So I'm agreeing with you.
I appreciate that. So what if we transferred a property that the county owns now to Advantage, and they develop this transitional housing program, which we desperately need, and it's transferred? And what if they decide, we'll sell it, and we'll figure out how much it's worth and then sell it. And we
Well,
could
because
use that money.
This is what, well, in this particular instance, I will say he's not here tonight, but Commissioner Hamby is actually the one that had us put in this IGA that they couldn't do anything without our approval. Once we transferred it to them, which was a great idea. So we have the current IGA set, and we transfer it to them, says you can't do anything, you can't sell this property because of Commissioner Hamby without our approval. That's why it's coming back.
But we're bailing out Classic Center
Well,
I'm just
Commissioner, I think
plainly
it's fair to
just
say we had
saying,
always anticipated that the $34 million of SPLOST was only going to be a small portion, and that we were going to use some other assets to fund what ultimately was a $150 million building.
just 2 years ago, commissioners were complaining, the new commissioners were complaining then that they did not feel comfortable with the second and the third bond approval. All I'm saying is, if they were approved, now we're bailing them out. I get it. I get the math. I get if they don't pay, it's on the county. I'm not dumb. I understand that. But I'm saying it because it needs to be said. That's all.
That would be a characterization that not everybody shared.
I'm very comfortable with that.
I've got Commissioner Wright.
Yes, I'm on the steering committee, and anyone can attend that. Paul Kramer attends every one. And, but John and I are on the steering committee. We're also on the property committee. So if you guys have any specific questions that might be about about property surplusing, I think this one was already surplused years ago, which is why it was easy for that move over. But the idea of why we moved it over there is not the reality that we're in anymore. And so we are working to concentrate on the properties, like Kelly had said, Mr. Mayor had said, that are continuous with each other, and see what higher, better purpose this property can have with the details. And again, we're only voting in 2 weeks on this process starting, because the details have to come back and forth. So the sooner we get this process going, we get it nailed down, it'll come back to us with the details, so that then the highest bidder is the only person who can get it, because that's how we have to surplus property, unless it's another entity. But this property is a hazard, in my opinion, and needs to be moved along for higher, better use.
Commissioner Myers and Culpepper.
Yeah, I listened to your steering committee, your meeting today, and one thing I learned that I want to emphasize here was that it's what we'd be voting on as a recommendation. This is probably what you were saying, Commissioner Wright, to authorize the sale, not the sale itself.
That's it.
And so I think that's an important thing to understand just in what's going on here. The other thing,
And to clarify, y'all are just authorizing staff and the attorney's office to work on the IGA to bring back to y'all, which will have in there authorizing the sale. I'm just being particular. I knew how sensitive this might be, so I didn't want to try. I want to make sure everybody understands, can read everything that's going on.
The other thing here is that when I look at it without the history and seeing the property that is surrounded on both sides by housing, it doesn't fit into the arena district. It doesn't make sense on the development there. So I see that reasoning. But I think it is important to know that this has been, this use of this arena, am I using the right phrase? The little properties? The
Arena district.
District, because then what's the other phrase? The Classic City Campus, thank you. The Arena District properties, that's been there from the start, because that was there being discussed, the use of the revenue from those properties when I was not a commissioner and I was in here advocating for the 100% renewable. And I remember sitting there and saying, that's a big decision they're making to take those properties to help finance that. So this has been there all along, and that's actually referenced in the history there. Now, the question that comes up, that maybe comes up, and I think it's been discussed, I know it's been discussed before, is the sale versus the leasing the property, and we'd still own in the leases and development, we'd still own the property.
Under the latest Arena District Steering IGA, any proposed development plan whether, if it includes leasing or sale, wherever, it has to come back to y'all for approval.
Okay, and then
Y'all are the final say.
we will, we have the final say. And then the last thing I want to just follow up with is to thank the staff. I think we got some of the pro formas that were there, the recent ones with the numbers in. I talked to Deputy Manager Saunders, and that I really would like to see like the pro formas that were in the, the last agenda report that we okayed in the future, because these ones are kind of telling us what's going on now. But I want to know the one that was, there were multiple copies of those things, whatever the last one was that we voted on, because it shows the money, it was anticipated the money that we were going to get from the sale of the name, the money from the ticket sales, because out there in the public right now, there's a lot of discussion about the arena not being successful or not. I want to see how the numbers match up. Because, there's always a lot of talk. So I'd like to see what we said 3 years ago and whatever that agenda report was and compare it to the numbers that we're looking at now. And I might need to come back in my manager's meeting, one-on-one meeting, and go over those spreadsheets that I got today. So we can know the sort of reality here, the facts versus all the opinions that are going around as well.
And we can definitely do that. I think that actually will be helpful, because I think what you'll see is that the arena itself is actually performing better than projected. It has always been understood that the operations of the arena and all those other things that you mentioned was never going to cover the cost of the debt.
Right.
That's where the lease and development of the property comes into play with it and stuff. So yeah, I think it'll show you kind of at least two snapshots where we are currently, and then where it was, say, 3 years ago or
Yeah,
whatever it might be.
as usual with a lot of things, there are people out in the public, someone who I had a conversation with who was like, I said, called them back up, and I said, look, this has been out there for the last 6-7 years. He's like, well, yeah, I see that. I'm just paying attention now. So, but, that's usual, that we see that all the time. So I understand that as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Culpepper.
Yes, so the steering committee was created, so we had commissioners on there, so we had visibility what was going on. We didn't know what was going on before with the development of the property. Now we've hired a real estate development firm to be a development facilitator. They are creating a master plan. They're the ones that suggested us selling this property. They know they've dug into things, and they realize there is a financial issue, and we've got to get this stuff developed so we don't have, so there's not a shortfall on these bond payments. Yes, we are bailing the Classic Center out, but at the end of the day, the county guarantees those bonds. So it was in our best interest to figure out a way. And what Judd has done with this IGA protects us to where they can't do anything with the money. It's what we're deciding to do. And that's the same reason we started this steering committee, to make sure we were overseeing what was going on and see this project through, so we're not having to raise taxes to make bond payments.
Got Commissioner Thorne.
I am so glad that John broke that down to a third grade level. I appreciate that, because those of you who are not on Facebook, it's all on Facebook. So I'm like, and it's embarrassing. But now that makes sense, because what people are saying, you know what, I don't know what they're saying. I know what you just said, and I can live with that. But folk are talking, and I thought that a lot of this was executive session stuff, but apparently folk are talking, and probably is wrong. Some of this stuff could be wrong, but it's out there. I just need to thank you, John Culpepper.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I understand everything John said. This was a program that was approved on the SPLOST 2020 in November 19th for the SPLOST 2020 program, and that amount then was around $40 million, and there have been second, third approvals for bonds, so it wasn't a realistic amount that was set in the very beginning. But what has happened is the number one project was the judicial center, and it hasn't been touched, hasn't even been talked about until just recently. I mean, there was talk up to 2023, and then it slowed down, and then it came to a halt. That was the number one priority, and now it's coming back for full speed ahead, and the cost is much greater. So it's just, I understand exactly what's happening, but what I'm saying is the decision-making is when you do the math for delaying one to fast forward another, and then doing the transfer in 23 to now sell it to protect us, I get all that. I'm not confused. I'm just saying the bigger picture is we still need a judicial center. Now the cost is 10 times more than what it was. And that was the number one project. That should have had the focus. And I'm just talking about decision-making.
Commissioner Fisher.
Yeah, and I close this out. I know everybody ready to go home. And, you know, I've said this in public, and to Commissioner Thornton's point, you know, stuff got on Facebook, you know, we have these executive sessions, and obviously they're not executive, because somebody leaves here, call and talk to somebody. So obviously those are not executive sessions, and that bothers me when we are saying things in executive session. Now, we talked about it tonight, and that's great, but stuff that I saw on Facebook shouldn't have been out there. So I'm just putting that out there, so.
All right. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, everyone.